Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the late posting and the bizarre hour. I think tomorrow's broadcast will be beginning at 9:26. Either 26 or 23. I haven't decided which time makes more sense. Well, it's everybody's favorite hour, Metrix hour, coffee hour. I know a lot of people drink their coffee in the morning and probably hit it a little throughout the day. I'm different. I drink my coffee at 2 a.m. I'm just focusing on the French press here, pushing it down, holding on. You don't want to push too far because it could create a vacuum, and then what happens? A tsunami of hot coffee will go all over the mixing desk, and our sound controllers will be none too impressed. Okay, we are continuing Charlie Adelson's trial rewatch with day 2, or should I say part 3, starting on day 2. And Wendy Adelson's going to be finishing up her cross-examination, the kindest cross-examination in history by defense attorney Daniel Rashbaum, defense attorney for her brother Charlie, who's on trial for murdering her ex-husband, Dan Markel, Professor Markel. It's a black hat day in the courthouse. Wouldn't it have been great if Donna and Harvey had have been there, sitting in front of the Markels, blocking their view? I mean, not great for the Markels. It would have just given us a huge amount to look at and to analyze and think about and analyze and think about the stuff that we analyze. Anyway, she won't be on the stand for too long. Then we'll be moving on to Officer Branning. Who is Officer Branning? Well, he is the officer that was stationed, posted. I can't remember what they call it. It's not protecting the scene, but there's a word for it in cop speak. I forget what it is, but he was the guy that was posted at Trescott that Wendy drove up to when she drove up to the crime scene tape and did a K-turn, 3-point turn, whatever, $ turn. Maybe that should be it. At a great pace, just very noticeably direct, and the feeling Officer Brannon had, who it's just, I think he was a sergeant, but he was just a beat cop essentially. He wasn't involved particularly with the investigation. He wasn't a detective. He didn't interview her. His job was to stand next to the crime scene tape and direct people away from the scene if that should be needed. My point is that he's not invested in making stuff up like Crooked Eisen and Crooked Kappelman. But he's going to tell us in his testimony how, it was very noticeable. It was very obvious that Wendy's reaction to seeing the crime scene tape was different than any other motorist that approached, or any other motorist that would approach. Following Officer Branning, we're moving on to Jeff Lacasse. I don't know if that's going to be a long witness, I think, as far as I remember. I don't know if we'll make it all the way through Jeff Lacasse today, but we'll try and cover the direct, at least. And after Jeff, which will be tomorrow's show, everybody's favorite Thai bride, the one and only June Umchinda, if they can find her. So shall we get started? Welcome everybody in chat. I only let people know on Discord about 4 minutes before we went live, so I hope everyone found their way. Where is the chat? I've got to grab that thing. Hold on, guys, hold on. Right over here. Okay. Riding Shotgun, Georgina Biggs, Clarissa H. How you doing? What does the H stand for? Let's guess. I think Hounslow. Yeah, definitely Hounslow. I can tell from the picture. Clarissa Hounslow. Welcome back, Clarissa Hounslow. John Duncan, good to see you. Amy. Teresa Dorsey. Newly Jen, welcome. And welcome to Discord, Newly Jen. Everybody should come to Discord, by the way. Links in the description. We had a great, there were like 8 people, conference call on Discord the other day, sharing ideas, sharing theories, discussing them. It was great. It was great. It's funny. It's free. I mean, what are you waiting for? If you're not on Discord, ask yourself why. Go in and look in a mirror right now and say to yourself, why am I not a part of the Metrix Discord? What is wrong with me? Do I not feel good enough? You are good enough, so go and click the fucking link. Okay. We are ready to roll. Ready to roll. I think a lot of Charlie's strange expressions as he gazes around the courtroom are to do with he's just looking at these fucking country hicks, right? But trying to mask his disdain or something. He's just like, why is that guy carrying a bag of potato chips?
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are going to resume with the cross-examination of Ms. Adelson at this time. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to your staying in Tallahassee after the mediation motion was denied, okay? You understood that you couldn't leave Tallahassee after it was denied, right?
That's right.
And so you decided to build a life here with your boys, right?
I mean, I had been building a life here for 7 years before that, but to continue with my life, yes.
You had a large circle of friends.
I did, yeah.
You were in a book club.
I was.
In fact, on July 1, 2014, just 17 days.
Yeah, book club. Hey, you know what? I was tied to the city. You know, part of my immigration process for the coming over to the trial is to show strong ties to my home country. Now, that might be in the form of property, owned property, or a wife, or children, or any of these things. I have none of those things, okay? But maybe I'll join a book club so that when I'm questioned about will you be overstaying, I can say, hey, listen, no way. I got book club. I got book club set up in Portugal, all right? There's no way I'm going to overstay.
Days before the murder that the state thinks you participated in, do you recall that you were excited that a friend of yours was moving to Tallahassee?
I do.
Do you remember that friend's name? I can refresh your memory if you need it.
Well, I think Renee Griggs was planning on moving to Tallahassee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you for identification purposes only, Defense Exhibit 3. Is that your email?
Yes, that's my email.
And is that your email with Ms. Griggs?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd offer into evidence right now, Defense Exhibit 3.
Any objection from the state?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
What is the exception that you're offering this on?
State of mind.
Please provide it to the court. The objection is sustained, however, the witness may testify here to her memory concerning this issue.
You learned on July 1 that your friend Ms. Griggs was moving to Tallahassee, right?
Well, I learned she was interviewing for a job in Tallahassee.
And you thought that was a dream come true, right?
I was really excited about it.
Why was it a dream come true?
To be able to be with her all the time would be fantastic.
What?
You were dating men that lived in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
Rephrase. You were dating all men in Tallahassee. At least many, many men. Okay? I mean, what the fuck? Dan Rashbaum, where were you? Where were you, Dan? It's a good job Dan Rashbaum didn't live in Tallahassee in 2014. Otherwise, he'd have a conflict of interest. We know how much he loves those. But a very different kind.
One of those men was Jeff Lacasse.
That's right.
We'll talk about him a little more later, but you dated him the end of 2013 through June, July 2014?
That's right.
And after you broke up with him, do you recall joining couple date sites,
I did.
websites? I don't know if they're called date sites, but dating websites?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall setting up dates for the week or so after July 18th?
I did.
And do you recall having emails with individuals setting up those dates?
I do.
Do you recall setting up those dates on July 16th, 2014 for 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Bearing in mind, yesterday Dan Rashbaum made the big pitch about we've met twice before, right? Right? But we didn't discuss your testimony here today. Okay, so why does it sound like you're just, reciting this, both of you? It's beyond obviously pre-prepared. I mean, what the fuck?
Do you recall?
And the jury probably can feel that, but anyone learned in the room, the judge, the prosecutor, they know that, right? It's obvious.
All setting up dates on July 17th for around 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Now, yesterday, Ms. Kappelman talked about a house you did not buy in 2013. You recall that testimony?
I do.
Let's now talk about 2014. in the spring and summer of 2014, you were working with a local realtor to buy a house in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibits 6 and 7. Do you recall in April of 2014 looking at a property on Baird Street?
I do.
Do you recall in June of 2014 looking at 40 open houses that are available in Tallahassee?
I do.
Judge, I would move these exhibits into evidence as well.
Well,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let me look at the exhibits. With the exception you're offering them under once again.
State of mind, rehabilitation.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted. Exhibit 7, I believe. Is this all of Exhibit 7, or is it 7 and 8?
It's all exhibit.
6 is admitted, 7 is not. The objection is sustained as to 7.
May I publish, Your Honor?
you may.
You're not this one. There's something. All right.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, that's not technology. It is not.
Here.
Was J. Depart Frog Realty your broker?
He was a different realtor I was using. I used a couple different people, but I heard he was good, so I had reached out to him about this particular property.
Okay. And that was in April 25th, 2014.
That's right.
And that's about, I think, 4 weeks before the first attempted murder in June, correct?
I don't know about the first attempted murder.
And if you weren't able to buy, you were going to rent, right?
I would have continued renting.
Do you recall speaking to a Leslie Andrews on July 7th about a rental?
I don't
do.
remember Leslie Andrews, but it's on. I mean, I had a main real estate person I worked with, so she would have been maybe someone who had a property I was interested in, but I don't remember.
Do you remember something called the Tallahassee Center?
I don't.
Judge, may I approach with...
Yeah, hey Wendy, when we're doing this pre-prepared questioning on the stand, it's gonna be really great if you pretend not to remember certain details that don't matter, because that will really help sell the authenticity of this being the first time we've ever spoken about the case. Fuck off.
Defense Exhibit 8 for identification purposes only,
You may.
and see if this refreshes your recollection that you were...
Hey, Jury Talk to Me is back. How you doing, Jury? Good to see you.
looking to rent a one-bedroom.
It's not Jury Talk to Me. It's Talk Jury to the Jury Me. Talking jury.
Lease, and this is from July. This email is from July 7th, 2014.
But you said I was looking to rent a 1-bedroom, and she offers me a 1-bedroom, but I say I need something bigger, right? So that doesn't work.
Nonetheless, you were looking to rent. You were in the rental market just 11 days before the murder occurred, right?
That's right.
Yeah. I was looking to rent, but, didn't get into a committed contract agreement or anything. So, there was zero downside and no money down to me not following through with my pretend aspirations to rent a piece of shit house in Tallahassee. I mean, even if she'd gone to the extent of securing a deposit and booking the movers and whatever, I mean, yeah, okay, you forego a few grand. The murder's already cost you $100K. I mean, that proves nothing. But again, how is this defending Charlie? I suppose the argument would be, this is defending Charlie because the state believes that all the Adelsons worked together. So if we can show that Wendy was setting up in Tallahassee and sleeping with everyone in Tallahassee, perhaps that will, throw water on the idea that the Adelsons did this. And it was just Magbanoa and those Latin kings. I mean, it's so weak. It's unbelievable. But the time he spends on it is and I really think that does not have a net benefit because the jury gets bored to fuck with going over these innocuous details. Oh, thanks so much, Riding Shotgun, for our very first super chat of the evening. The website will be a treasure trove. Prepare to deep dive into the Adelson's information rabbit hole. Fucking A, that's exactly what it's going to be. In fact, that should be the tagline. TrueCrimeMetrix.com. Adelson treasure trove. Yeah, please do help support the website with a super chat at the top of the chat. Thank you so much, guys.
In July of 2014, you planned for the boys to attend school in Tallahassee in the fall, right?
We were trying to figure out which school our older son would go to, and our younger son probably would have kept going to this.
What is this we were trying to figure out? You set up the fucking Ben to go to the School of Arts and Sciences, SAS, and Markel had an issue with that because he wasn't consulted, and as you were pressuring him to say, we're going to do it our way and your opinion doesn't matter, Arbor, he agreed to speak with, what was his name? I'll tell you his name right now. His name was... fuck. It was something... Stuart Schlazer, who was the guy that was on the phone with him as he was being murdered. And because he didn't die, the phone was still near his respiratory system, on his chest or something, and all Stuart Schlazer could hear was laboured breathing. I mean, I bet he wakes up in the middle of the night hearing Dan Markel labouredly breathing. I mean, that would stay with you, right? If you later found out that he'd been shot. Hey, thanks so much, Amy, to the treasure trove, and thank you so much, Clarissa Hounslow. If you'd prefer a different surname, we can talk about it. But for now, it's Hounslow.
Same preschool.
In fact, you and Professor Markel were arguing about that, right?
We hadn't come to a decision yet, but
You wanted the boys to go to, I think they call it SAS.
We had put our older son in the lottery, and he got pulled for it, and so we were exploring it as an option.
And that was the lottery for the school year 2014 and 2015.
Right.
So you didn't expect him to go to school in Miami.
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, in early 2013, you were appointed a clinical professor by the FSU faculty,
That's right.
and you were continuing to handle immigration and disability cases around Tallahassee,
That's right.
and you had plans to teach at the law school in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Fall of 2014 meaning after the murder, after when your ex-husband was murdered, correct? You were talking to research assistants about working with you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to a research assistant about working for you possibly in the fall of 2014?
Sure, that sounds right.
Do you recall Z. Nolan?
Mm-hmm. I do.
And you offered them a job in the summer and they couldn't take it? And you said, well, come back to me in the fall. Do you recall that?
I do.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
And in the spring of 2014, well, let me back up. You authored a book, correct?
I did.
In the spring of 2014, your book was selected by FSU for what was called the One Book, One Campus event, right?
That's right.
That means that your book was going to be required reading for all incoming freshmen at FSU.
That's right.
And that means that we're talking about the incoming freshmen after the summer of 2014, right?
I was supposed to speak at Convocation in August.
Let's talk about that in a second. But before we get there, that was a big honor for you, right?
It was the highlight of my career.
And you were very excited about it.
I was super excited.
You were going to be the keynote speaker at the FSU Convocation on August 24th, 2014, correct?
That's right.
You told your friends and family about it.
I did. I probably told everyone.
New memberships from the fantastic Amy, Chief Operations Officer. Thank you, Amy, for gifting memberships to Madeline P., California Amy, Jen's Lying Eyes, Gwen and Maria Chiarello, or Chiarello. I think it's Chiarello. Fantastic. Welcome to the Metrix membership, everybody.
You told your parents about it for sure.
I did.
And you told Charlie about it.
I'm sure I did, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 12 and 13. Take a look at these and let me know if you recognize them. Let me know if it's your email.
This is my email.
Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Judge, I move Defense Exhibit 12 and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
May I see these items, please?
Sure. You have them. Actually,
You're saying relevance, Your Honor.
May I approach your Honor? State of mind. Rehabilitation.
Staying on grounds of relevance.
Judge, may we go sidebar, please?
You can go sidebar as much as you want. I didn't have time to cut out the sidebars today, guys. Sorry. Time just goes so fast.
Do you recall that your parents and Charlie were quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event
They
in
were.
August?
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah. He was very excited.
I couldn't wait to book a ticket. It's fucking awesome. I can't wait to be in Tallahassee. Go to the food trucks, and then Wendy's event, and then the movie theater with the sticky carpets.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Do you recall scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. Before July 18, 2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June 17th, 2014, which I think is the fourth email on the first page, and see if that refreshes your memory. But feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I...
No.
No.
Did
Read to
you,
yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't read aloud.
Okay, sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her, where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
And that happened, that correspondence was in late June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in June, you can put that aside now.
Okay.
Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014, with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership, so I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with the social work school, so.
This is such a fucking joke, right? You know, a good trial attorney, whether it's prosecutor or defense, knows how to take the jury, and anyone listening, but the jury are the important ones, on a journey, right? With twists and turns, so that they can experience the story vicariously by walking through it in their own shoes. Or maybe not their own shoes, but you get what I mean. It's like it should be like a really good short play. The kind of play where you come out of the theater after a fucking matinee going, whoa, that blew my mind. You know? And this is just a list of questions, and the questions are all the same. Do you remember that you met with Professor Verne to form the medical legal partnership, and that was booked for when? That was the fall of 2014, right? So after the murder. And what about Ben's school? That was at the School of Arts and Sciences, right? Fucking, it's like they're all the same question. And I wish that we could get over this thing about the jury having to have their privacy maintained until after trial, at least. Because I want to see them. You know, at least have a camera on them to show after the trial has concluded. You know, you don't want to show it during trial. Okay. But I want to see them now. It's been 2 years, almost.
That would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Duren for July 23rd of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall you can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
Again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like something I would have asked.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only?
And what fucking moron doesn't book stuff? Hey, I know. If I arrange a Playdate for the weekend that Danny was shot, that'll prove it wasn't me. See, we were going to the pool. Obviously it wasn't me. Why would I book a pool party Playdate on murder weekend? Duh. I mean, she brings this up. She brings this up in the ISOM interview, in the general ISOM interview. She's like, I can't go to play dates and stuff like this. You know, yeah.
Only. Does this refresh your memory about trying to set up that play date for July 20th or July 19th with Miss Jean?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
And does anyone know, if we have any lawyers in the house tonight, the use and derivative use immunity? So nothing that Wendy says could be used in a future prosecution against her. Does that extend to what she says to the defense's questions? Because I suppose it does, but it doesn't sound very fair, because the prosecutor is the one giving the immunity, and they might not have complete control over what the defense attorney would ask. You know, Georgia wants to stay away from certain topics that she might hopefully use one day in the prosecution against Wendy. She's not gonna, we notice this, don't we? How she doesn't ask all the questions she wants, because then Wendy's answers wouldn't be usable in her prosecution. So she walks this tightrope. But how does that work for the defense's questions?
Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2014?
Oh, hey, Leslie. Leslie made a new video, two and a half minutes long, and it is a compilation of her 3 answers about driving on Trescott. I will add it to Discord. Let's play it now. Well, put it on Discord, and we'll all watch it together. Leslie B also had the Geek Squad in her office today, delivering what seems to be some nice 65-inch crystal Ultra HD television sets. What, you didn't want to get them? You didn't want to get your old one repaired?
I don't remember that.
I'm showing, may I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 21 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Please take a look at this.
Yes.
Does this refresh your memory that your parents planned on being in Tallahassee on November 17th? Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory?
Mm-hmm.
You can put that aside. Do you recall asking your parents to come to Tallahassee on August 1, 2014 for a birthday party with Ben?
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds, it's close in time to his birthday.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 22?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee in early August of 2014?
That's right.
You can put that aside. And that your parents were going to come up for that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall making flight reservations to travel to Newark and then back to Tallahassee? So you're going to leave from Tallahassee and go to Newark, come back to Tallahassee for a wedding in October 2014.
I do.
Man, that might be the only place that she's ever been to where getting back to Tallahassee seemed like a good idea. Where have you been? Fucking Newark.
And you made those reservations in July of 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall when I made the reservation, but I remember the wedding.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 23?
You You may.
Clarissa. Thank you, Clarissa. Wendy has no protection from defense questions. That's good. That sounds right. That's how it should be.
Does this refresh your recollection that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014?
Yes.
That you were booking tickets for a wedding in New Jersey on October 24th, 2014?
Yes.
And the cost of those tickets were over $400, right?
That's right.
Oh,
Put that aside. Those tickets weren't to go back to Miami, were they?
No, it was Tallahassee to Newark, Newark to Tallahassee.
Why did you make those tickets to go back to Tallahassee?
That is where I lived.
yeah, $400. I mean, you pay more than that for a fucking meal at UVA. So, I'm pretty sure that we can forego the expense. I mean, does Daniel Rashbaum really think that the jury are sitting there going, yep, yeah, there's no way that she would book a plane ticket for $400 and waste that money just to get away with a murder, of which she got enormous financial benefits from in the fallout. $4,800 a month for the fucking kids. Are you crazy?
We're going to move on to another subject. Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit yesterday about the litigation that occurred after the relocation litigation with Professor Markel. You recall that?
I do.
And there were these pieces of litigation back and forth about money and about filing false affidavits. You remember those?
Yes.
There was what was called the motion against your mom that Professor Markel filed. You recall that, right?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the motion that Professor Markel filed claiming that you and your attorney filed a false affidavit.
A false affidavit. Hey, let's take a time out and go and check out Leslie B's video that we've just downloaded the segments of and made into one file. Why? Because we have the Metrix beast and we're showing off. Mm-hmm.
I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay.
The problem with this story, Wendy, is that at Centerville and Truscott, there was no police tape. In fact, you would indeed have to go down Truscott about a mile before you would even see the police tape. The police tape was just a few doors down from Dan's house. And this is actual footage. The police tape indeed says crime scene.
You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Truscott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off from Centerville onto Truscott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There's some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm.
Let's see what the weather was on July 18th, 2014 in Tallahassee. No precipitation, calm with a max wind speed of 12 miles an hour. Historical weather data even shows it was clear at the time of the shooting. If there was an electrical storm, I think Wendy would have seen this instead of this.
Nice.
Did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Leslie. I love the stuff about the weather report. That's good. We had to rely on the crazy footage from the premier surveillance cameras, but yeah, nice to get the historical data in there. All you crazy kids on TikTok, go and check out True Crime in a Minute on TikTok, and there's a YouTube as well, but I think it has a different name. Or it might be the same name. Or Leslie will tell you in comments. Check it out, like, share, leave a comment. And yeah, thank you, Leslie, for sharing those videos.
Did you get the sense that you were going to prevail on that litigation?
Yes.
Was the judge getting frustrated with Professor Markel on that litigation?
Very.
Did the judge admonish Professor Markel regarding that litigation?
The judge said he needed to stop.
Were you concerned about getting disbarred?
No.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Lacasse. You first met Mr. Lacasse in the fall of 2013.
Yes.
It was casual at first.
It was.
You were dating other people as well.
I was.
It got more serious around March of 2014.
That's right.
Fair to say he was in love with you?
I don't really remember. I don't think I could say, but it was more serious.
Okay. You weren't so sure about him. Is that fair to say?
I think my feelings developed over time.
And then they undeveloped?
And then they undeveloped.
You were very different people from very different backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
It's not even a word, is it?
He didn't spend much time with your parents, right?
I think maybe he met them once.
He wanted to meet them more than once, right? He didn't like that he didn't get to see them more times.
I think he wanted to be more integrated into my life.
Jeff Lacasse.
Yeah, it is a word, but not in the reversal of development. You don't undevelop something as a verb. It's an adjective describing something not having been developed. So the fact that the feelings did develop over time means that they were not undeveloped feelings. I mean, you know, am I being picky? I am being picky, and it's a fucking courtroom. You know, context and words matter.
Met Charlie Adelson one time in March of 2014, right?
That's right.
He accompanied you on a trip with law students, right?
I used to run an alternative spring break, and he came with me.
And you decided to come down to South Florida for a day or two, right?
That's right.
And you had dinner at a place called Yardbird, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that happened on March 11th, 2014?
No, I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacasse and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanoa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother?
Look at the acting skills. No? No? Is Sigfredo Garcia watching us right now? I had no idea this question was coming. I'm as shocked as the jury.
You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacasse and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanoa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacasse stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Miss Magbanoa wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacasse started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
He accused you of having an affair with someone that you had previously dated?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacasse saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
So he saw you having coffee with Daniel Sack, right? And that caused a confrontation, right? He flew into a rage. He started foaming at the mouth in the coffee shop, and the manager had to ask him to leave because he was scaring the other customers.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacasse went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, He basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yeah.
Yeah. Wendy wants us to all believe that Jeff Lacasse fucking threw the coffee table across the room, put both his fists through kitchen cabinets, and what else, spent the whole morning cleaning up broken glass.
Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th, to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacasse wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom...
Hey, Dan Bailey, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Dan Bailey, you're from Essex, aren't you? Where were you in 95? I've been thinking about looking over the, what's the name of the fucking place? Whoa, Rettington. I think it's Rettington. The Essex bombers.
Mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
I think Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday. You weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday?
Yes.
And that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mm-hmm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacasse on July 13th,
That sounds right.
and when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was
He followed me to yoga, just like he followed me to my lectures and watched the kids with a blank, murderous stare.
awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home,
This is the other side of it, isn't it? I mean, okay, so now we've identified somewhere where all of this bullshit questioning might actually be an attempt to be a defense of Charlie, to get the word in to Jeff, under Jeff Lacasse, before Jeff Lacasse comes in. He flew into a rage. I went to a yoga class and he wanted to come, lost his temper in Gainesville, and now the jury are thinking like, hey, who is this guy? Who is this hothead? Right? Sounds like we can't trust him. I mean, he's going to be here in like 2 hours, so...
that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No?
Are you now aware that
Yeah, it was a little bit before my time. I mean, when the Essex Boys murders, I was what, 8 or 9. But I did later work with some people that spent a lot of time with Tony Tucker.
there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, coffee's for Metrix, no more for soap. She needs to go to sleep. Yeah, what can we give this fucking dog? You know, I made her a chamomile tea. She wasn't interested. I put a fucking squirt of lemon and a full teaspoon of honey. Still. Maybe I should just like soak some beef in chamomile lotion and then give her that. Chill, Winston. Oh, hey, thanks so much for those coffees, Amy. Great way to support the channel, guys. If anyone else wants to support the channel or is willing to support the channel or can support the channel, please go straight over right now to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Judge, at this point in time, we'd ask a stipulation be read into evidence.
Which stipulation?
The stipulation regarding the drop-off pickup schedule for the Markel children.
Very well.
Do you need a...
Michael Steele, yeah, that's the guy that went down for it with no evidence. Essex police. Yeah, well, probably, right? Probably.
copy, Your Honor?
CBD, yeah. I'll get some CBD for the dog and a bean bag and a lava lamp, and we'll put some sitar music on and we'll be good to go. Hey, Lisa. We're all good.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024.
I just think whenever Judge Everett is at a train station, that the what do you call it, the people who do the voiceovers for the announcements, they should hand over the mic, right? I mean, he's a fucking natural. Platform 7 for the 1422 service to Leamington Spa. Platform 7 for the 1422 service to Leamington Spa.
Their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024. Dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel. Picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel. Picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014. Dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel. Picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendy Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendy Adelson. Picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that day.
didn't. No.
Oh, sorry, you guys are buffering, Riding and Linny. We got a clear signal here, so I don't think it's us. Just, you know what to do. Restart that app. And thank you so much, Tay, for the super sticker.
No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah,
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
probably.
Now, I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markel posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his Profs blog, right?
Yes,
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
you would.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Profs blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
Imagine if he really did do that. Like, yes, I'll be departing from Terminal 2, Tallahassee Airport, on flight number F16 41D3 at 1840 on Friday, July 18th. That's fascinating, Dan. Thank you for sharing.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remembered that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside. I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay.
Well, Patricia Burns says, I think she was on Trescott before any tape was put up. That's why she was unsure where the tape was. She would likely only saw the tape in a photo later on, in my opinion. I don't think that's true, Patricia Burns, because Officer Brannon, who's going to be testifying right after Wendy here, he was stationed at the crime scene tape and saw her drive up to it. So I take that as a stipulated fact. A stipulated fact is a fact that all parties must agree on as a true fact.
It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having a stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And
yeah, it was someone else's fault. Again, coincidence, someone else's faults. I had no control. Who, me?
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception?
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit.
section, right-hand corner.
Oh, I paused it. Sorry.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.,
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by Investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to
I
speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.?
Yes.
2:45.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were
So that's 6 hours and 5 minutes total. No. 2:45 to 7:50. That's 5 hours and 5 minutes total. Which sounds right. You know, how many times does that change in her stupid fucking podcast interview? When I was interrogated by police for 8 straight hours. Oh, really?
pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
They kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
Now, you remember on direct, Miss Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the Bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue.
Yes.
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
So the photograph of the bullet bourbon was, Daniel Rashbaum just told us that the police found that on her phone. Obviously I've heard that before. It never stood out to me. I don't recall registering that. Is that true? Does anyone know the precise reason why that wasn't admissible as evidence? The photograph of the supposed invitation from the married, or the to-be married couple that Wendy was going to start the bar party of. Why didn't that come in? What was the reason?
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but do you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner?
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. You won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
Tay says that she thinks the police, couldn't locate the hosts of the party to authenticate the invitation. Well, it's not like they're fucking freight train riders. I mean, it's like they've just got married, they've probably bought a house, they're probably fucking academic workers who registered at Florida State. I mean, they'd be pretty easy to track down, I should imagine, especially with the infamy of this case. I did hear from some source that is not a checked source that the woman died of that couple that got married. I mean, I don't know if I can buy the idea that the cops were unable to locate I think what I've wondered is if they were located and refused to speak with police. I don't know.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
And you arranged for the Markels to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th.
On
No.
the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
And when you left,
Yeah, no, I thought we'd be back in a day. We would spend the whole day driving, stay for a day, and then drive back the next day. That wouldn't even make sense if they flew down. Why would you even go if you were just going to be there for a day or two? It doesn't even make sense in her bullshit theory of, I was scared and knew that I wouldn't be able to look after the children because I was so grief-stricken. Well, you know, a day should do it. A day at the pool, at the Icon, and we will be good.
you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house.
No.
And you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
Oh, you haven't seen the photo of the invitation, Teresa, Nick? We can show that right now. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Let's try images. That'll be a good start. Here it is. Fuck off. Oh. You are invited, so please come on over to a Stock the Bar couples shower for Lauren and Jamie. Friday, July 18th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Backyard gathering with drinks, games, and then there's this little sticker at the top. Well, what do you call it? Label. Help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding by bringing a bottle of Bullet bourbon or your favorite wine or spirit. And I just don't believe this. This doesn't feel like the truth, right? Help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding. So the bar for people to drink at the wedding, because that can get expensive. But bourbon, it's not a wedding in Kentucky. It's not held in a holler, and there will be more than people in the mining profession attending. There's only so much you can do with bourbon. Yeah. And I know people love to say, oh, the tag with the Bullet bourbon on it, that was added so that it could be a different request, a different brand of booze for each person they give the invitation to. And I don't know. That doesn't feel, that obviously that somewhat makes sense, but I don't know. It's not, if you were printing 10,000, of a flyer and one detail needed to be changed for each flyer, it would impact the cost to have 10,000 identical flyers printed, and then, a space that you can write on for the different thing, instead of sending 10,000 individual images for print. But a couple of handfuls, I mean, how many fucking invitations were there? 12? Maybe 20? Let's open it up and say that there were 50 invitations. It's not going to be done for reasons of budget or cost or expense. You know what I mean? How many people attended this thing? We see that, with mass printing, when there's most of the information on a flyer is identical, but there's one detail that needs changing. Maybe it's a location, dates, menu specials, I don't know, whatever it is, right? And there's a space where you can write the different thing or put a sticker on the different thing or whatever it is. Because when you're printing 10,000, that would impact cost. But 20 to the maximum of 50 invitations, there's not going to be any cost. There's not going to be a significant enough cost implication to warrant a design change. I believe that little tag is put on there just because it's cute. Yeah, a little string, little tag, It doesn't feel like the truth to me at all. And it's something Harvey Adelson could knock up on the computer. We know he loves Photoshop. Anyway, that's the invitation. God, can we get the Wendy Adelson done, please? Maybe I should speed it up, but I don't really like doing that.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
I mean, I made that decision much later, but...
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get more stuff at your house, right?
He did.
We have one more moment, Your Honor. Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
In fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys.
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
There were sleepovers and playdates.
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No?
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Yes, yes. And every Hanukkah they build a small statue of Professor Markel that we have as the centerpiece right next to the menorah. Yeah. We're actually working on a copper bust of Professor Markel to place in the den on the mantle. In fact, I said to the boys that they could decorate their bedroom any way they wanted, and they both said they wanted custom-made wallpaper of Professor Markel, wall to wall, baby.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel's death?
No.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
Yeah, I'll say.
How are your boys doing?
They're doing very well, thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Oh, finally, someone who knows what they're
List of
doing.
plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were gonna have in Tallahassee post-murder date. None of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here, yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
no, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No,
I love how George is just going to now, piece by piece by piece, take all of the books off the shelf and throw them onto the floor. Right? Fucking Daniel Rashbaum's just spent like what seems like 2 days, because it was split across the afternoon and the morning, but saying, you had a flight from Newark, right? And that cost $400, right? Was that flight to Miami? You remember speaking to Professor Verne, don't you? Fucking.
All our plans were broken.
What was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several...
Yeah, she was pissed about that, wasn't she? She told Jeff Lacasse that her attorney said, Wendy, under no circumstances do you go to that event. If you go to that event, you're going to have Dateline, NBC, you're going to have fucking 48 Hours, you're going to have the other one asking questions, pushing a microphone in your face on the fucking FSU steps. Do not go to that event. And she was fuming with rage. Totally pissed, you know. That was her chance to bask in the fake achievement of that shit book that some corrupt cunt at FSU swindled to be the common read for all incoming freshmen. For what fucking purpose? Have you read it? We're reading it soon. Oh, I gotta go and get it. I have found it. I just haven't brought it with me. Oh, I can't wait to actually have read the entire thing. But we'll read it on the channel. Why not? Then we can all talk about it together. Subscribe to the channel. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and our super chat goal at the top of the chat. Thank you so much, guys. And like, share, leave a comment.
Several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee, or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Problems when it occurs.
Hey, Pinto. How you doing? Our lady in Oregon. Thank you so much, Oregon, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Much appreciated, Pinto.
And basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
Come to think of it, do they even have coffee in Oregon? Or is it just fucking, just pour some boiling water on a pine cone and sip it through a straw? I'll take a pine needle tea and just topped off with the sap from a Doug fir.
It was set in a fictional town.
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's 3 central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was...
There are not 3 central characters. There are 3 protagonists told given, well, anyway, we'll talk about that soon.
Kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America, and one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that was sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right, and what was Josh's employment?
I'd love it if she said his name. His name was Stan Fargel. Not Dan Markel, it was Stan Fargel.
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North
story.
Florida State University?
That sounds right.
NFSU?
NFSU sounds right, yeah.
All right, and in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken...
I love it when Harvey's trying to dissuade the obvious reference to Florida State University by North Florida State University, and he's going, no, there's another university in Florida with North in the name, and that's called, I think it's called the University of Northern Florida, which is somewhere near Jacksonville, I believe. Well, obviously it's it's exactly the same name as Florida State University, just with North at the beginning. I'm going to go with that as far as, qualifiers of association.
Place for Josh's career.
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you. This is actually my copy. Just turn back to 187. Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Okay.
We're out of coffee.
It had to do with, let's see if I can find it, that you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the third paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then it goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay.
Do you?
What is the prof's blog? You were asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the profs?
Probably
Prof's blog.
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the...
Yeah, and what about the Latin King demographic? I mean, you know, when they're not working on their motorcycles or doing, drug robberies, jackboy robberies, they log on to the Prof's blog app and read some articles about the development of the legal profession, obviously.
Crim Prof listserv.
I don't know.
Were you
Probably.
on the listserv for that Prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
The post says, Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the Prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the Prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example,
Okay.
but
he didn't
not
put
a flight number.
But he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
No.
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
No.
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
I have not.
No. Also not to watch.
No.
Don't read. Don't read.
Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanowa.
She had to read the fucking D. Yeah. Catherine, it says here, an incarcerated individual with the printed legal name of Catherine D. Magbanowa. Reading the initial embellishes Wendy's non-relationship, right? Certainly not going to say Katie. Oh, it was Katie, who I knew. Catherine D. Magbanowa. Oh, God. What's George's next question?
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No.
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No.
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is, your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking, so I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case, and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Approach.
Skipping.
Dating Jeffrey Lacasse? Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is, there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful, or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with, yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that, though, did she?
See, by that statement alone, isn't that saying? Wendy says, I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit. Other times she's said something similar where she says, because I did nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system. So the implicit premise of her statement is that wrongful arrests never happen, which is obviously untrue, but that is the implicit premise in her statement, which, if applied to Charlie's current situation and or predicament, essentially means he's guilty as charged, doesn't it? People aren't arrested for crimes they didn't commit. So you know, if you believe that, then you don't believe that Charlie has been arrested for a crime he didn't commit. You know? Does anyone want to argue that she's up here to defend her brother, or will be defending her mother? She's not going to be defending her mother at all. And she doesn't give a fuck. You know, she doesn't care.
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency.
A Jewish-run foster care agency?
A Jewish foster care.
Okay. How many times have the kids visited Dan's parents since this murder?
Many.
Countless times.
Countless times?
Countless times.
How many times have they seen him in the last year?
We had a visit with Danny's dad and the boy's cousin this summer. We've had a lot of Skype visits. They do live in Canada, so it makes it a little bit harder to have in-person visitation. But every time they've asked for it, we've arranged it.
Every time they've asked for a visit, you've arranged it?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have they seen him in the last 5 years?
Again,
countless?
As in the last 5 years, that overlaps with the time when they tried to put them in foster care. So since we've reestablished relations, we've seen them about twice a year, whenever they come down to Florida.
So in the last 5 years, they've seen him how many times? 2 or 3 times a year?
About that.
Has this been a major issue between you and Dan Markel's parents? This issue of them having access to the kids?
The issue of them trying to put them in foster care is a major issue.
No, ma'am, that's
yes.
not my question.
I'm sorry.
Hasn't the issue of them trying to get access to your kids been a major issue, at least for them?
Since they tried to put the children in foster care, yes. Before that, it was not a problem.
Are you familiar with their work across the street at the legislature trying to get bills passed to give grandparents rights to see kids?
I'm familiar with their grandparents' legislation, but it's actually unconstitutional.
Okay. Are you mad? Are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014, and you weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time? That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
That's
question?
the theory of the defense in this case, is that he's known the whole time. Your brother's known what happened to Dan. Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things, it's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
Well, try.
I'm confused. It's hard to process.
And apparently, according to his lawyer, these killers had threatened to kill your brother's family members as well. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
And that would be you, right?
It would.
Were you told that a specific threat had been made by the same people that had killed your ex-husband to kill your brother's family members?
I was not told.
Would that have been information you would have liked to know back in 2014?
Yes.
Would you have made the same decision to move down to South Florida, closer to the killers?
No, I would not.
And even after the killers were arrested in 2016, you weren't told that that's what was going on the whole time.
I found out yesterday.
No further questions.
Members of the jury are being instructed to disregard the comment of the witness as to the constitutionality of any portion of the Florida statutes. You may step down. Will Ms. Adelson be recalled at any point? Looking to both of you. Will she be recalled at any point?
That's possible, Judge. I'd ask that she remain under the rule, but she's free to go about her business.
Have a good day, ma'am. Please call your next witness.
May I have a moment to see who's out there, Judge?
Go ahead.
Well, thank God that's over.
Until
There he is. There he is. Are they going to have a break now? Here we go.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Officer Brannon, number 510, BRANNON, with Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
Approaching 25 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple years prior to that.
Did you go to the scene in this case on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your function there on Trescott Drive?
I ended up writing the primary report.
All right. What is the
It's-
primary report?
Just
He wrote the primary report.
the initial report of the basics of, what had occurred.
Okay. And as part of your duties out there at the scene, did you maintain the crime scene, the integrity of the crime scene?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We set up a perimeter, and once we established the perimeter around the crime scene, I was guarding the north end of it.
What was the crime scene? Can you describe it for us?
It was on Trescott Drive, and basically we blocked off the road 3 or 4 houses to the north and to the south.
Okay, so that whole area was considered the crime scene and only law enforcement was entering or exiting until you were done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when you arrived there, who was present on the scene from law enforcement or?
Sergeant Sims was the first one on scene.
Okay, was EMS there by the time you got there, or did they arrive after you arrived?
They were already there also.
Okay, did you participate in clearing the residence there at Trescott?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a struggle or a robbery present at the scene?
In the garage.
Okay. What was that? There was evidence of a robbery in the garage?
Of an incident, a violent incident.
Compound question, I'm sorry. So there was some broken glass there.
Yes, ma'am. Observed broken glass on the floor and inside of the vehicle.
All right, but no evidence of anything that had intruded into the home?
No.
Okay. As part of maintaining the crime scene perimeter, is crime scene tape put up across the road?
Yes.
And did you participate in doing that?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And I think you said it was a couple houses down in each direction is where the tape was placed?
Yes.
And where were you physically positioned?
My patrol car was blocking the roadway.
All right, and were you on the, don't use north and south because that'd be lost on me. Were you closest on the side of the scene closest to Centerville Road or closest to the other side of Trescott?
Closer to Centerville.
All right, I'm going to show you an aerial map that I've marked as States Exhibit 125. You recognize 125?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate map that includes the scene in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include the position that you were in at the crime scene tape?
Yes. Would have been somewhere right up in that area.
Permission to publish 120, introduce and publish 125, Your Honor.
Hi, Ruth. He's checking his watch.
Any objection?
All right, so can you explain for the jury where the roadblock was that you were positioned at the crime scene?
So that blue dot right there is the victim's residence. I would have been somewhere right in that area.
And can you show us in relation to that where Centerville intersects with Trescott?
Over here.
All right, so if you were to turn onto Trescott from Centerville, can you just kind of show us with your light the route of travel from Centerville to the roadblock?
Comes around here, up, and back around.
Okay. Would you have been able to see the roadblock from the intersection of Centerville and Trescott?
No.
If you had just started to turn onto Trescott and then rerouted back onto Centerville, would you have been able to see the roadblock that way?
No, you'd have to go a considerable amount around.
Okay. And from the roadblock where you were positioned, could you see the crime scene?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there was EMS and other law enforcement there. Were there marked law enforcement vehicles in the driveway and roadway directly in front of the crime scene?
When I was on the perimeter position, I know there was a lot of investigators and crime scene vehicles. I don't remember if any of the marked patrol cars were in front of the residence. They may have been.
Okay, so what type of vehicles were out there? Can you describe what sort of activity was happening at the Markel residence when you were at the perimeter?
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
All right, so would it have been obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was law enforcement activity going on at that residence?
It seems likely.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
What are the grounds?
Guessing.
Sustained as the speculation.
You make it too.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence. I'll just publish 18. Do you recognize this vehicle?
It looks like a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
I'm sorry, will you repeat your answer?
It appears to be a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
All right, and this vehicle, are you familiar particularly with the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, my wife drove we still have it. My daughter drives it now, 2006 Honda Odyssey.
So at the time you had in your family this same type of vehicle?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that Wendy Adelson drove this type of vehicle?
Yes.
All right, so you noticed this vehicle or a vehicle identical to this one approach your position?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did the vehicle do when it approached your position?
Just stopped pretty quick and turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Did the driver stop and inquire of you what the activity was at the Markel residence?
No.
Do you know what time of day that was that you observed this vehicle approach the roadblock?
Sometime a little afternoon, probably around closer to 1.
And just to clarify, were there any other roadblocks between where you were positioned and encountered this vehicle and the Centerville intersection?
No.
No further questions.
Officer Brandon, good morning.
Morning.
So, I want to get a little bit more precise. Do you know how many houses the tape was away from? Because we just heard a couple, we heard maybe 3. Do you know how many houses it was?
I don't know exactly. I'm approximating 3 or 4 houses.
Do you know a forensic specialist, Maltese?
I'm familiar.
She testified that it was 5 to 6 houses away. Could that be correct?
Could be.
Okay. You said that you saw the Honda Odyssey approach in the afternoon, and you said it was closer to 1. Do you recall testifying to that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phone data puts that car on the outer perimeter later, meaning after 12:30 p.m.?
I'm not familiar with any of that.
But it would be consistent with your memory that it was closer to 1 o'clock, right?
That appears to be, but it's been 9 years.
And when that car left, you're aware that the ambulance was already gone, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Could you see that the driver of the car was on the phone at the
No.
time that she approached?
No.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect examination? Does the state have any redirect examination?
So when the minivan approached, there was crime scene tape and your law enforcement vehicle in the roadway. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, now I guess we're 3 to 5 houses down? How many houses?
I don't know
What's your
exactly.
best estimate?
My best estimate was 3 or 4.
Okay, so 3 or 4 houses down from that tape is this law enforcement activity. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, and would the driver, however far away it was, have been able to see that law enforcement activity at that
Objection.
residence?
What's your objection?
Speculation.
I'll allow him to answer if he has a memory of it.
You were there, right?
I was able to see it from my perspective.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down, Officer Brandon. Will he be recalled by any party?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness. Have a good day.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. Jeff.
The cough was unfortunate, right, this year. And also, I'd like to see his original haircut in Donna's trial, or the haircut from Katie too. Can we bring up a picture of that haircut, please? Jeff Lacasse haircut 2022. Or maybe just testimony would be better. Oh. Yeah. Oh no, it was the first one was the best Jeff haircut. Save image into the haircut directory. It's kind of got a Tintin thing going on right now, but back in 2019, look at those sweeping locks. It's good.
REYLACASSE.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been with FSU?
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in Tallahassee?
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. Really loved Tallahassee, so when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013. Apologize for my voice. Let me just get a little water.
You can have water.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more
Yeah.
in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson,
Is that me?
I don't know, maybe we need to move it. Is it okay if I touch the microphone, or you want me to?
Is this about the right distance here?
I'm not sure, is he, but
That's
just
not-
back it up a hair. I know,
Okay.
it's hard to get right.
Maybe if you speak up, it'll just help you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so during the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendy Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markel?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty divorce?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating her, did you become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I met Professor Markel. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
And were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendy Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation, for sure.
If you know, did Wendy want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up. and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about 2.5 months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day.
definitely was. She left a group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she?
Yes, Maria, I believe that they triangulated the signal from her cell phone and went to the area and saw her car parked outside the restaurant in Blue Honda Odyssey. But what didn't happen was what that punk said the other day, where a cop followed her from the fucking crime scene tape to ABC Liquor and then on to Mosaic. I mean, get out of here. No, that's not what happened. Just phone signal, I believe.
Did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendy Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendy to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
Every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I had reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have an occasion to meet her family members in South Florida?
I did.
Yeah, Clarissa H. says, Jeff is probably sick of the waiting for them to charge the evil witch Wendy. His testimony is believable. Imagine seeing someone for 9 months that takes away peace from your life for 10 years. The real thing I find funny is when General Isom says to him, well, someday you may be called as some kind of witness. Yeah, I'll say. How about 6 separate times over the course of the next 2 decades? How does that sound? You know?
Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right, so you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
That was the evening of March 11th, 2014.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently?
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendy Adelson, and I went to dinner that evening, March.
I love how he says the defendant. It was myself, that defendant schmuck over there. Charlie really looks different when, depending on which witness is testifying, doesn't he? I mean, what's he thinking here as Jeff Lacasse is testifying? He knows that Jeff Lacasse is a very credible and damning witness to his version of events, right? He hates people that do the right thing. You know, he thinks anyone who does the right thing is a schmuck.
11.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom
Yes.
that you had dinner with? Who's that?
That is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table, wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine Magbanua, how was she related to this?
Charlie's thinking, it's Arctic Silver. What is wrong with you?
Family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend.
Light blue tie. It's Arctic silver, okay, Jeff? But you wouldn't know that buying all your ties at fucking Kmart.
Essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendy was meeting Catherine Magbanoa as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine Magbanoa, and that was my impression, yes.
All right, so anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Miss Magbanoa mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine Magbanoa mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right, what about after dinner? Where did you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendi Adelson, Charles Adelson was in the hot tub for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right, so Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. It was his roommate, yeah.
All right, and where was Catherine Magbanoa at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Judge. Objection, motion in limine.
Right.
Y'all want to see a picture of Jerome Obed? And what was Oped's involvement with June Umchinda? Were they dating when she met Charlie or something? I can't remember. So he was privy to the Markel hating, anally violating the Korean for getting him punched out at a wedding conversation as well. There he is. What's it say on his coat? Do you think this guy went go-karting with Charlie? I bet he did. Broward.
May continue.
Let me ask a more specific question. Adelson in the hot tub mentioned anything about having connections to a criminal element?
Broward,
Yes, mentioned having
orthopedic?
contacts on both sides of the tracks, meaning dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but he also had people he knew that were a criminal element, yes.
And did you get more specific about anything about these people that are the criminal element?
He mentioned specifically, I repeated it to DPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Okay, so he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said,
And
yes.
what was the context of this? Was he just...
Yeah, he's the guy that looks like the raccoon at the defense table. He's the guy that looks like he should be chased off the front porch with a broom. Oh, imagine if you came out one morning and Charlie Adelson was just eating through your trash.
seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendy at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye Coffee Shop to have coffee, just to meet midday, and Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship, and she
Magbanoa was born in the Philippines, Cinderella. I think she came to the U.S. when she was around 7 years old.
abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right, and we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right, and so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
All right, did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she was acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night, and I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to
by going
refresh
through
my
those?
yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you get the movie, or?
Well, it was back in the day. It was Redbox, so I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right, and go over there with the movie and what happens when you arrive.
I walk in the door, and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on, and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that, was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders.
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's, out from that, and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult, or really no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure, and I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, similar.
Isn't it a bit like the Chandler Halderson case when he had to explain away the broken fireplace screen glass? And the cops asked him, so what happened with the glass? The broken glass, how did that happen? And he was like, I was throwing a ball around with the dogs. And they were like, what kind of ball was it? What kind of ball? He goes, it was just this old tennis ball. And it's like, man, you could throw a tennis ball off of the Empire State Building and it would not deliver enough impact to break the protective glass of a fireplace. That's tempered glass, okay? I mean, the fuck? You could probably hit it with a golf ball with a 5-iron and it wouldn't break.
make and model. That we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before, so yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue, and it's her house, her TV, her kids, so I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating, and I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV, and I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay. But it was
TV that you'd like see in a dorm room. It's almost like Wendy picked the worst TV that she had available to her to damage, because what's the point in busting up the a new TV? But of course, I suppose it had to have come from Best Buy, because otherwise the Geek Squad wouldn't have been looking at it, right? But it was not this, the story is that Charlie said to Donna, oh, Wendy's had to move out. What does she need? Oh, they don't have a TV. When you go up, go to Best Buy, get a really nice TV, and I'll pay you back for it. That'll be my divorce present. That's the basic outline, right? So, I mean, these people are fucking millionaires. You're gonna make this gesture of giving your sister some comfort in her time of need, in her darkest hour. Yeah, go to Best Buy, get the cheapest TV that they have. If they have an X display unit, we're just shoestring budget, okay? Go and get her a TV, but I'm gonna give you $100 and I wanna see some change. He did not buy her that TV. She didn't need a TV in the first place. You think she didn't take a fucking TV from the Markel resident from Trescott? Yeah, I'm taking half the dining chairs, but no TV. She'd have, if there was only one TV in the house, she would have sawn it in half.
It was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's?
Riding Shotgun says she had a second TV in her bedroom. Jeff offered to hook the movie DVD VHS to it, but Wendy refused. Yeah, she wanted it drilled into Jeff's mind. We've got a broken TV. We've got a broken TV. We've got a broken TV. So you can verify that later, so that my story will be told from someone who wasn't me. That's always part of Wendy's pattern, right? Jane McPherson, is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Oh, Jane set us up so that's why she thought of him first. It's one of her favorite techniques. Whenever Wendy has part of her story supported by a third party, you know, you can bet she had a hand in that third party's knowledge, influence.
Birthday.
April 22nd,
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June. Ms. Adelson mentioned that there was a big fight toward the end of June. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the weekend in June, 27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight occurred?
We were in Gainesville. Miss Adelson accompanied me for a work trip, and we had that scheduled for a while. And we went. She accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
And did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that, that was combined with Wendy promising me the world in June. Talking about me moving in. Shouldn't get a Jeep, you should get a car.
He just said, your office confirmed to me recently that there were multiple online dating accounts active all the time that we were supposed to be exclusive. Meaning that Georgia indeed does have these things on record. I can't wait to read some of that shit.
The kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like,
yeah, the kids should start calling you daddy. And you could see Jeff like almost throw up in his mouth a little as he was saying that, right?
The kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake.
Fucking A, bro.
At the same time, I think she's seeing other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't
Pepsi Scholar.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold.
Thank you, Pepsi Scholar, for the coffee. What did Pepsi Scholar say? Is that like a Coca-Cola Scholar? What is this thing with soft drink scholars? Pepsi Scholar from Bismarck. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much. Give them hell, Metrix, Pepsi Scholar says. Thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Pepsi Scholar.
It was a roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would string a guy along like that. It didn't make any sense at the time.
All right, so we're in June, like 28th range.
Okay.
Okay, when do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. Now, I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was, but she wanted to ride back with me.
You rode together.
Yeah, we rode together.
All right, so you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markel's house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Miriam Kamugi says, Right, she stole $300,000 from Dan. She definitely would have bought a TV to shut the kids up if she didn't need it for her alibi. Sorry, kids, mommy, alibi is too important. Yeah, well, she definitely had a TV. There's no way that she moved. She had a full fucking house, you know, quote unquote nice one on Aqua Ridge Way, set up before she moved out. You think she didn't put a TV? She went to the trouble of, you know, she wants to like paint this picture as if she stole away in, you know, a midnight dash, quickly packed one bag and got a taxi to the nearest motel, flea-infested motel, for, you know, $30 a night, all sleeping in one infested bed with the children. You know, like, she really wants that to be the image. It's not the case. She had a full house set up, rental agreement in place, lease, you know, furniture, movers, you know, that would carry stuff in a professional van. It was a well coordinated operation. I mean, it happened fairly quickly. You know, when you're going to make a move like that, you would do it over what? I mean, a couple of weeks, a month, 2 months. I mean, she did it when Dan was away in New York, so 2 days tops, right? But it was very well coordinated. And part of a very well coordinated move like that is making sure that you have a fucking television. Jesus. But I disagree that it was an alibi, because, you know, the alibi thing really doesn't work in terms of, you know, having someone confirm that she didn't kill Professor Markel because they were with her at the time of his death. Because, you know, the delivery guy, as they do, gave a window of time between 8 and noon, I believe it was, showed up at 8:30, which if that was me, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, what the fuck, man? You know, I'm glad you're within the time window, but what is this 8:30? What, you want to come in and inspect my television at 8:30? You know, it's a terrible alibi. I mean, it's such a terrible alibi that it shows that it wasn't an alibi, right? What it was the perfect reason for the triangulation of calls between Donna in, I think they were still in Coral Springs at the time, right? But Donna in Miami, Charlie in Fort Lauderdale, and Wendy in Tallahassee. Murder morning, there's got to be some calls. We need a reason for there to be calls. Right? So that if police look at phone records and say, hey, on the morning he was shot, the suspected co-conspirators were all calling each other, we better look into it. No, they can just say, hey, listen, it was my TV, my mom bought it, so it was her name on the Geek Squad contact. So she had to call me to say, hey, they're going to be there at 8:30, whatever. And then Charlie was the one who paid for it and maybe knew about how much a new one would cost or a repair would cost. I mean, I'm sure that was the thinking. So there was a good excuse, or a TV-related excuse at least, for Wendy and Donna's communication, and there was also a good excuse, or a TV-related excuse, for for Wendy's communication with Charlie. So, I mean, do we still call that an alibi? Not really. Yeah, but what do we call that? It's like, there's a word for it, but it's late and I've forgotten what it is.
So it's at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah, I know. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1.
All right, and was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right, and were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
All right, so when did you see Wendy next after she leaves to go to South, or I guess after you return from Gainesville?
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks, but I see her again on the
Pepsi got riding shotgun through college. You see, I'm one of those people that if I order a Coke in a cafe or something, and they say, sorry, no Coke, we only have Pepsi, I say, don't worry about it. I'll have a Fanta. Yeah, I don't enjoy Pepsi.
13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right, so now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
Okay, tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to our house on Aqua Ridge.
All right, and did she tell you anything asked to tell you anything?
I don't think I've ever been to dinner and a movie, like, as a date. You know? But, yeah, I guess I have. Well, maybe.
In confidence that evening.
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about, Dan Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, can I tell you something in confidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate.
Now, Ms. Kaufman, understand the court's rulings.
I think I do, Judge, but asked to approach.
Please approach.
Oh, they're going to go out. Outside of the presence of the jury. Which means Daniel Rashpam's going to question Jeff about something, I think.
Everyone can be seated.
Yeah, Pariah 67 says, even more reason to just replace it, fixing an already shitty TV. I mean, even if it was a the best TV on the market, if the screen is cracked and all the liquid crystal signals or plasma or whatever it is, I mean, there's no repairing that. It's fucked. And if you have, Geek Squad, whatever, I mean, they replace it. They don't, I mean, it's just bizarre. If the screen's cracked, it's fucked, and it's not going to get unfucked.
Bringing up both the motion in limine and the prior order that have been issued on this matter.
Satellite Man, thanks so much.
All right, the rule. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, at this point, Ms. Adelson has specifically denied making this statement. Why is this an improper ground for the state to explore this on impeachment?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor. It's double hearsay. It's not done to
All sorts of matters that otherwise would be inadmissible can become impeachment.
Judge. If Dr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, made that statement to Mr. Lacasse, and he denied it, he could impeach him. They're impeaching another witness. That's not allowed. That's number one. Number two, I brought up
The
this
impeachment of one witness's testimony through another is not allowed?
but they're impeaching her to go to his statement. They're stuck with her answer. They could have kept on cross-examining her of why they thought her answer was wrong. They can't now backdoor it through hearsay in another witness. That was the whole point of the motion. Similarly, Judge, we brought this issue up first thing this morning, sidebar, because if they were going to be allowed to do it, I was going to ask Ms. Adelson other questions on this issue. They said they weren't going to do it. So I didn't ask her those questions. And I didn't ask her those questions because I didn't want to open the door to it. And I can't call Ms. Adelson back as a witness because she has a Fifth Amendment right and I can't give her immunity. I brought this up for this very reason. She denied the statement yesterday. That's why I brought it up today. They can't backdoor a double hearsay statement.
Buy my product. Buy my product. It's the best product money can buy. Buy my product. That's what he's really doing.
Based on a denial by that witness. Can't do it.
Ms. Koppelman.
It's not hearsay, it's offered for impeachment. Ms. Adelson was specifically drawn to the time and place of this statement and asked if she made it. She denied it. This witness heard her make the statement, so it's now admissible for impeachment testimony.
This is not an insignificant fact or an immaterial one. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you wish to find some authority, I will give you 5 minutes to look if you have anything to argue as to this matter. Ms. Adelson has denied making the statement. She can be impeached through other witnesses regarding this matter.
Judge.
I will give you an opportunity to find some authority. If there's something more specific you can point me to other than what you're arguing right now.
Judge, I brought this up this morning so that I could front it with Ms. Adelson, and we were told, you were told, that they weren't going down this path. If I'd been told something different, I would have done something different that I can no longer do. It's precisely why I went sidebar first thing in the morning.
What is your response as to that portion of the argument, Ms. Koppelman?
That's a legal argument. I was asked if I was intending to offer double hearsay. I said I was never offering hearsay without an exception.
Yellow tie guy, sit down.
I assume he's making this on fairness grounds, which goes to this would have changed his strategy of how he examined the witness.
I don't know what to do about that, but I can't help Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. I was real specific with the
Assume this is on fairness grounds, and he would have changed his... Well, I don't know what to do about that, Judge. I can't help Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. What a fucking beautiful line that is, Judge. Oh, she's just so good.
witness to get that denial. So I'm not sure why the issue wasn't raised at that point.
Judge, I was really specific this morning that the double hearsay related to my motion to eliminate related to Jeffrey Lacasse. You knew what I was talking about.
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have to raise your voice. Make your argument, please.
Everyone, sidebar, knew exactly what I was talking about. And we were told, Ms. Kappelman told you as an officer of the court that she was not going down that road. And so when Ms. Adelson was on the stand, I stayed away from it, not to open the door to it. She knew exactly what statement we were talking about. If you tell me you didn't know what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. I was very specific. I was very specific that it was the double hearsay statement related to Jeffrey Lacasse that we filed our motion in limine on.
If you tell me you didn't understand what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. That is fucking audacious language, Daniel Rashbaum. Don't forget who you're talking to, Daniel Rashbaum. This is Judge Everett, okay? That's a very slippery, slimy way of almost calling him a liar to his face, the judge. In a way.
I was very specific that it applied to this and also the Juvia dinner. Those were the words specifically out of my mouth back there, because when she asked the questions of Miss...
Yeah, it totally applied to the Juvia dinner and the Dolce Vitae recordings.
Adelson, which were completely appropriate. I thought she might be going down this path. And so the first thing in the morning, we went sidebar so I could stop this charade. So that if the court were going to allow it to come in, I would handle it. She stayed silent. And I've been jumping up and down to try to prevent any...
I think it might be Leslie, sorry. Yeah, I think that is, right?
Possible mistrial twice and still no mention of it. It's completely unfair, completely improper, and it denies him his constitutional right of due process.
Again, that's why I raised the issue. This goes to the fairness aspect of it. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. If you have any authority you wish to present, I will entertain it further.
Five minutes.
I have one thing I wanted to...
Be seated. Unless either party has additional argument, I am prepared to rule at this point.
I did have one thing I wanted to raise that I'm not sure was here before. Ms. Adelson is still under the state subpoena, so I think she could be brought back for whatever additional questions need to be asked.
As to that point, Ms. Kappelman, the ability to extend immunity you have, Mr. Rauschbaum does not. He calls her as a part of her, as a part of the defendant's case. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I mean, we're still in the state's case, so...
Well, the defense can't call a witness within the state's case.
I know. That's a good point. I just wanted to point out that she is still under my subpoena, so if you get creative, that might be a solution. I don't know. It hasn't been proffered what questions would be asked that weren't asked. I don't know what that is, but maybe there's something that could be worked out if that was Your Honor's ruling, was that that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
So she's basically saying we'll find a reason to call Wendy back to give her so that she can maintain her derivative use immunity, and then Mr. Rauschbaum will have opportunity to address these points on a recross, I think, is the point that she was making. Kind of unusual.
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609, Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Sorry,
Very
what?
well.
Progeny? What? What did he say?
Worked out if that was Your Honor's ruling, was that that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609, Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Very well. Court's ruling is as follows. The defense...
Can we look that up? What was it? Florida rule.
Was that that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609, Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Very well.
9609. Florida Statute 9609 is about the character of a witness as impeachment, specifically regarding their truthfulness. It states that a party can attack or support the credibility of a witness by evidence in the form of reputation, but only if it relates to the witness's truthfulness. Evidence of a truthful character is only admissible if the witness's character for truthfulness has been attacked by reputation evidence. Well, we could spend 20 minutes unpacking that, but I think we get the idea.
Court's ruling is as follows. The defense's motion in limine went to the state's ability as a part of its case in chief to present testimony from Mr. Lacasse that would be hearsay within hearsay. The motion in limine was granted on those grounds. However, the motion in limine and also the court's ruling did not discuss or limit in any way the state's ability to present this information as impeachment. Ms. Adelson, at this point, she has testified, she has denied the statement taking place whatsoever. However, as it goes to fundamental fairness grounds, which are also a part of the ruling that has to be made, the defense did earlier at sidebar ask if this was going to come up in some way. As it related to substantive evidence, I believe the state responded it was not. The state did not make any representations concerning impeachment. I will find that this did affect the defense's ability, or their strategy, at least in examining the witness, as the witness also can invoke her Fifth Amendment right, and through a separate pleading has stated through counsel that she will invoke any Fifth Amendment right unless she is being granted immunity for that testimony. The ability of the defense to address this matter is compounded by the constitutional right of the witness and their inability to call her. On fundamental fairness grounds, I'm not going to permit the impeachment on this topic. You may proffer the testimony from there. And if the state is intending to recall the witness at that point, the issue of impeachment may be revisited. Does everyone understand?
Yes, may I make one clarification for the record?
Go ahead.
It's already on the record. We were at sidebar. What I was asked, my understanding of what I was asked is, was I intending to introduce any hearsay within hearsay through Mr. Lacasse? And my answer was that I would not introduce any hearsay within hearsay without exceptions. I think it was clear what I was intending to do was set up an impeachment through Ms. Adelson by drawing her attention to the specific date and time of the statement and asking her specifically if she made the statement, which she denied. I find it hard to believe that that doesn't alert the defense, in fairness, that that's what I'm intending to do, and that's what I did in the last trial successfully, which the defense in this case was in attendance at. So I think it's...
I can actually hear Daniel Rashbaum in my head saying, what in tarnation, and you rackin' frackin' vomit.
unfair to the state. But I understand Your Honor's ruling and we'll be ready to proceed.
Please bring in the witness so we can go through the proffer. Our words are stock and trade. If you are uncertain, Ms. Kappelman, as to what Mr. Rauschbaum was raising, we probably should have clarified it at that point.
Yes, so.
Please bring in the witness.
Absolutely, Neverly darling. She should be made to do that. Neverly says, in a way, I want Wendy to take the stand and invoke the fifth for every question. I was amazed that Judge Wheeler let that slide, you know. In Katie, too. You know, I think the jury, because as far as the jury saw it, the defense just didn't call her. Because the declaration that she would invoke the fifth was made outside of their presence. So as far as it factors into their considerations, or were they informed? I don't think they were informed. She should be made to come to the stand and plead the fifth. I mean, that, you know, you're not supposed to be judged or have your silence used against you, right? But I think this is an exception. I think that speaks volumes.
Also, so we don't have to go through this again, Mr. Rauschbaum, as it pertains to the other rulings in the defense's motion in limine that the court has previously addressed. Although they may not be, certain rulings pertain to the state's ability to present as substantive evidence. You understand this does not affect their ability to present it as impeachment as it pertains to all of the items that have been ruled on previously. June and Chimda, meaning everything that we've been previously addressing through these motions.
Well, they still have to follow the extrinsic evidence rule, collateral evidence rule.
My point being, something that cannot come in substantively can still be impeached with. You understand this?
Can, yes.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen.
Right.
But so we're not doing this song and dance about any other matters. All right. If we need to have sidebars and you're attempting to clarify something, if you're asking specifically as to impeachment, you need to be specific as well.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan, please bring in Mr. Lacasse.
Jeff, Lose the dark pants with the light jacket, man. You look like, what is that look? Dark pants, light jacket? No. Might work if he had a black shirt. What is that look? It's, I don't know.
You may be seated, Mr. Lacasse. Ms. Kaplan, you may finish your sequence of questions on the topic you were starting.
Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendy Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Dan Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and that it would cost about $15,000. I revised the amount. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confident it's true.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50.
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50. She said one or the other.
She said one number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and later thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
Well, she asked to speak to me confidentially. She was dead serious about it. It was a chilling statement. I had a reaction to it. My stomach flipped. A little scary, a little weird. So it was a very serious statement she's making.
So clearly not a joke.
No, it was not a joke. There were other jokes in that domain. This was completely distinct and discrete from any joke. This was not funny.
And this statement was made within 5 days of Mr. Markel's murder by a hitman?
That's correct.
And was this said in any way in the context of...
Yeah, but he's obviously making this up to get back at Wendy because of all the cheating and what. I mean, there's zero in his character or history that would suggest anything close to him being in any way inclined to do that kind of action.
The relocation issue.
Well, what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee, and she stated that the only way to leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated
All right.
to you.
Thank you. That's the proffer, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
I'm sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Work casual, is that what it is, Clarissa H? Okay. Yeah, I just checked it out on Google. Some of those models actually didn't look too bad with the dark pants, light jacket, but I just don't know if it worked on Jeff.
The statement was chilling and serious, right?
Yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't...
The statement was chilling and serious, right? Did you call the police? Did you call the police? Oh, my favorite. My absolute favorite.
alert the police the next day, that night.
I did not.
Why not?
because it was a past tense statement, and I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer. I did not know there was a present case, a present instant threat. I did not know him and had visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out, and you say, all right, not gonna call the police. Hey, Wendy, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who...
Hey, we just saw a new picture of Roman, Charlie's son, getting big. I can't make it any bigger. Can I make it bigger? Can we see a resemblance? I mean, hopefully he got most of his mother's looks. Or at least as she used to look. She's not looking too great now. Sorry, Bree. Wonder if they sent this to Charlie in his South Dakota lodgings. There you go.
Verify that I made that statement before the murder, and she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out, and we decided I decided after talking to her it was past tense, so probably not that dangerous, and we were really wrong. And maybe I should have called the police.
So Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today, a heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, the dispute's no longer about relocation, but yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendy Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right?
That's the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it, and I consulted with a friend, bounced it off of her before the murder, and neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that Charlie is so dangerous that I should have called the police, yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendy Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
It's hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you referred to the next night, the next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendy Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me, I don't know. But
okay. Well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
Your testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you, when she is avoiding you, when you have just been caught going through her phone and her planning.
How's she avoiding me?
Well,
Mr. Lacasse, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her, which the record will show you were during this time period, that she confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer, and if you've reached the end of your cross-examination on the proffer section, we do need to move on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Lacasse, or actually Ms. Kappelman, the court's ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to this subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it.
Yes, sir.
Please bring back in the witnesses, or excuse me, the jurors.
Good. There is the celebration dinner. I'm sure that's the next one.
Other issues, is it the same ruling in reference to the celebration dinner?
Well, one moment, because I don't know what the celebration dinner is all about.
It's in the same motion in limine, Judge.
Bring it back up.
Absolutely, Satellite Man. Satellite Man says, it always feels to me like Rashi wanted to protect Wendy more than Charlie. That's what we were saying for most of yesterday's stream, that, it would have been abundantly clear to anyone with their head on shoulders the insurmountable nature of the case against Charlie and the incredibly low odds, infinitesimally low odds that he would get 12 of his peers to vote not guilty, right? The odds of getting one to hang the jury are tiny. With all of the guns, the big guns that they brought to the table, $1 million for Josh Dubin, and all the rest of it, right? Everything, the practice sessions, tiny odds that they would even get one jury to vote not guilty, let alone 12. I mean, my point being that he was largely considered by Daniel Rashbaum and by Wendy, who know the standards of how cases fall when they're presented, better than, say, Donna does. Charlie was considered a lost cause. He's done. We're going to go through the motions here, and maybe we'll get a hung jury. Like maybe I'll win the fucking lottery. If I bet my birthday, I mean, that's a term of phrase that's bounded around probably too much and exaggerated. But I do believe it was almost similar fucking small odds, like winning the lottery. Maybe not quite as much, but, it was just, there was no chance. So what are we going to use this trial to do? We're going to use this trial to try and turn the tide of public opinion that the defense will claim, and has claimed, has been such a major impact on this case that we've got to move the venue, we've got to change the venue, the judge is corrupt, the public have been absorbing this content and they have opinions. I always thought it was ridiculous when Josh Dubin was and Rashbaum were making the argument in jury selection. And rough numbers, I think it was, the argument was, we've interviewed 115 members of the public to maybe become jury members. 51 of them said they'd heard about the case before and had formed an opinion. Of those 51, only one of them said that the media might have gotten it wrong. Meaning about 98% had formed an opinion, had heard about the case, had formed an opinion, and believed him to be guilty, right? Now, bearing in mind that those jurors would still be what is the word? Valid members of a jury if when the judge asks them, hey, could you put your preconceptions aside and make a decision based solely on the evidence in the case? And if they say yes, technically you can serve on the jury. You're fit for the job. But even if we're being really strict and we say, okay, everybody who's heard about the case before is out. You can leave the court, you're not on the jury. There's still, of the jury pool that they were talking about, 49, 15, 59, 64 people that had never heard of the case and didn't have an opinion. So we only need 12 and a few alternates, So what's the problem? Oh, so funny. But yeah, no, I mean, it seems majorly that Charlie was considered a lost cause, and probably Donna as well, right? Because Charlie, the evidence against Charlie, there's no question that the evidence against him, much of it, aside from Dolce Vita, aside from direct correspondences with Katie, there's a lot of calls with Charlie and Donna post-bump. There's Donna's crazy emails. The evidence, with Charlie and Donna, you definitely don't convict one and not the other. It's a sure thing. It's considered a sure thing that Donna's going to be arrested. Right? So, what was I saying? Yeah, use the trial to defend the Adelson that's got more than a year to live, unlike Harvey. 3 years, he's going to be dead. I mean, he's going to be dead. He probably wouldn't make it to trial even if he was arrested today. If he was waiting as long as Donna, eating spaghetti and potatoes, and all of the other challenges to the elderly that are in jail, it's not the best place to be if your health is vulnerable due to old age. He's in his early 80s already, okay? I mean, he's probably, if he was waiting for trial for 18 months, 2 years, I would be surprised if he made it. Which is why, and I've just set this decision for myself. I don't think Harvey's next to be arrested. Wendy's next. And as far as Harvey facing justice, I mean, yeah, of course, I'd like to see him in jail and prison and sleeping next to a toilet with no seat and having nothing but a fucking fire retardant gym mat as a pillow. That'd be great. I'd love that. But wouldn't it be almost equally as good to know that Harvey is watching his entire family that matters to him, not including Robert, Donna, Charlie, Wendy, helplessly in jail for the rest of their lives. And that is his final thought to watch. Even if he gets to watch it from a comfortable chair, so what? It's not worth something going wrong, or public sympathy, or a prosecution team accused of targeting a family, just go and get Wendy. Let Georgia and General Isom take a drive down to fucking Austin, Texas and pick her up. You know, just get it done. Just get it done. Do the trial, go and get it done. Hey, thanks so much, Victoria Girl, for your super chat. And the website's going to be great, guys. The website's going to be great. If you want to help support our goal, you know, we're not just talking about fucking some shitty website. It's not even fair to call it a website. I think we should call it an online archive. Right? It's going to be fat. It's going to be fat. Because we've just got so much material. And to do a video on everything is impossible. We've got so much. And I don't mean just videos, documents, fantastic documents. How do we chronicle those documents? We chronicle those documents on the fucking website, on the online archive. For this case, for other cases. Not the Karen Reed case. Fuck that. What a minefield. I know a lot of people love it, yeah? I don't like the smell of the room when Karen Reed's on. But that's fine, that's fine. I don't have to like everything. Yeah, thank you again, Victoria Girl. Really a superstar you are.
Number 2, I believe this just concerns statements. It doesn't say anything about celebration.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
One moment.
Whoa, back up.
Where is the celebration dinner covered in your motion?
It's in the same motion in limine regarding the hearsay statements. There were several of them. The first one was the statement that we just discussed, and the second one is that Charlie Adelson said that he went to dinner with, that she told him that Charlie Adelson said it was a celebration dinner. It's in the same motion in limine.
However, this statement is being directly attributed to your client that was heard by the witness.
No.
Mr. Lacasse, please step down again.
It's the same exact issue. It's Wendy Adelson telling him what Charlie Adelson said.
Cavalman, response.
Yes, sir. I asked Miss Adelson about the dinner. She acknowledged there was a dinner. She did vomit at the dinner table, but denied calling it a celebration dinner or hearing Charlie Adelson call it a celebration dinner. I anticipate this witness would indicate that it was referred to as a celebration dinner.
I wonder when Judge Everett's last celebration dinner was. I wonder what he had.
It's the same issue, and you ruled on this issue. It's the same motion in limine.
Something with gravy. Judge Everett's the kind of guy that you sit down in a restaurant with him, and you're looking at the menu, and you say, "So what are you going to have?" And he says he's just scanning the menu, and it's something with gravy, something with gravy, and I want extra gravy.
Looking at the line now. All right, Ms. Cappleman, I believe we find ourselves in the same position unless you have an argument which differentiates the television from the celebration dinner.
I think I understand what you mean, Judge. I don't have any additional.
I love how they all talk about these things like they make sense. If you have an argument that differentiates the divorce present from the celebration dinner, These things are totally normal.
Additional argument other than this is offered for impeachment. It's not hearsay, not covered by the motion. The appropriate grounds were laid and it's admissible as impeachment.
Do you wish to proffer the celebration dinner by Mr. Lacasse as well?
No, sir. I think my preference at this point, assuming your ruling will be the same on the celebration dinner, is to have Mr. Lacasse step off the stand, proceed with another witness, and revisit this issue after the lunch break.
Very well. Please bring the jurors back in. You may end your examination in front of them, and then Mr. Rauschbaum will have his opportunity. Well, actually, Mr. Rauschbaum, how long do you believe your cross-examination of the witness?
I can send you the coffee link, Mary, if you want. If you want to support the channel and buymeacoffee.com, that's so much appreciated. And anyone can do it, right? Anyone can do it. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, everybody. And thank you, Victoria, girl.
This will take
I'm a little
in
confused.
front of the jurors.
I'm a little confused. Are you...
The ruling is the impeachment as the celebration dinner is going to be excluded on the same grounds for now. If we need to revisit later, we will, but as to your cross-examination that will be taking place in front of the jurors on the subject matter that's already been covered, how long do you think that's going to take?
Oh, she's going to stop asking questions of this witness.
I believe she just indicated she would.
Okay. For the issues that we've dealt with just now,
Prior to any proffers and sending the jurors out.
Thanks for the super chat, Shoddy. Or write-in. What do we prefer? Maybe we should do a poll. Thank you, write-in.
I'm not really sure, Your Honor. Probably maybe 30 minutes.
Right, let's bring them back in. You can start your cross. We'll take the lunch break and then pick up from there.
Ready?
Please bring back in the witness.
All rise. You're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Bailiff, if you can please instruct Mr. Lacasse to come back in. State have any further direct examination for this witness?
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Lacasse, good morning.
Good morning.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendy took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with the kids that she taught.
Yeah, we were in Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner, you said you had dinner on March 11th of 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine Magbanowa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit, but she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Fucking
Well,
A,
was she
bro.
trying
I'm
to
gonna
get Miss
fucking
Adelson
fuck
to
up
talk
whoever
about
the
her
fuck is
ex-husband?
fucking with me.
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendi Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie.
Hey, thanks so much, Mary, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Last call, guys. How long? I think we'll finish Jeff, right? It's probably going to take us quite a bit to get through, actually, but we'll see if we can. I don't really want to end a witness halfway through. Thank you, Mary, for the coffee.
Talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't. It's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either. It was just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved your client. They weren't. So I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder, and I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for Miss Kappelman to ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation, right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
Let's just stick with the family situation.
Okay.
So Catherine McBanawa was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him, yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD, yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendy Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview.
Okay.
It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
No, I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacasse. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD this statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey, Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendy and Jeff. "Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I could tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really..."
Hey, man, it's Jeff, as in Wendy and Jeff. Oh. If I've sent a text like that and had it read back to me 10 years later, I would hate myself a little bit. But I'd like to think I could have the same good self-humor that clearly Jeff does here.
You were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendy and Jeff. "Hey man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I could tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really one in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon." Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall.
Okay, so in that text to Charlie, Jeff is seeking to, kind of cement himself with within the perceptions of Wendy's close relatives, right? She's really one in a million. He's asserting how valuable she is to himself. Look forward to seeing you, It's a natural thing. Nothing wrong with that.
Texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new girlfriend's brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendy seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give a... I was polite rather than honest, let's put it that way. I mean...
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
No, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you, or did you text him?
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendy Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said, "It was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon."
Mm-hmm.
Now, you testified that Wendy was a wreck. Hold on one second, sorry. One moment, Your Honor. I've lost my place. You testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendy, you testified that Wendy was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether... It is what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendy Adelson in March 27th of 2014 where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of her reactions to the entire situation. But I know I was sending that email, yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time, yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that. So.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Wendy's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendy saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markel asked Wendy's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did. Now, do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendy Adelson, so most of that content, that was,
Sir, I'm just asking you for yes or no questions.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
Okay.
I know you have an agenda, sir. I know you've got your little points you want to pop into this thing, but let me ask the questions here, Mr. Lacasse.
I know you have an agenda.
Yes, I told police that. Yes.
Okay. So, you told the police that Wendy wasn't concerned about Professor Markel succeeding with that motion.
No, she was highly anxious.
This is the first time that Jeff has testified. We were saying yesterday how the two previous trials, no attorneys, direct or cross, were on Wendy's side, and no attorneys, direct or cross, were against Jeff Lacasse. This really is the first time that Jeff has had this kind of doubtful light being shone or attempted to be shone on his testimony. And I can imagine there's a little pressure of responsibility, you know. He is a key witness, and he's very credible. But if Daniel Rashbaum were a better lawyer than he is, fortunately he sucks. You know, if Charlie's attorney, whoever that is, a better lawyer than Daniel Rashbaum, was able to twist up Jeff Lacasse's testimony because Jeff got rattled or, you know, got confused on details and fell into traps and stuff like that. I mean, I can imagine Jeff Lacasse coming into this and being aware that he needs to be on game, right? I think it became pretty clear to him pretty quickly that this Rashbaum guy was all over the place and had nothing. But still, little pressure, especially considering the previous two trials. Everybody loves him.
She was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendy Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion, to clarify. But yes, that's true. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then. And let's see if it refreshes your recollection. One moment, Your Honor. Being summoned. You don't recall being recorded where you said, and I quote, "Everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment" at 2 o'clock on 7/23/14, interview part 1 at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014, interview part 1, and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out this situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
You redirect examination.
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element? Okay, let me rephrase it. Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine McVanawa, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you were hanging out with a criminal element in that regard?
No.
Nothing further.
Because you may step down, you may be recalled at some point. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage or discuss the matter with any friends or family. Enjoy your lunch break. We will get started once again at 1:15. Please report back by 1:10.
Next up is Webster.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, Judge.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Webster, Stephen Webster.
How are you employed?
I'm an attorney
How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
since 2005.
Did you represent Dan Markel?
I did.
During what time period did you represent him?
I think it was May of 2014 and until he was murdered.
And during the time that you...
May of 2013, did he say? No.
I think it was May of 2014 and until he was murdered.
So just May, June, and then a couple of weeks of July. So let's say he met halfway through May. I mean, 2 months, really.
And during the time that you were... Well, let me ask you, before his murder, when was the last time you had spoken with him?
I spoke to him that morning.
Right. And what was the main goal of your representation of Mr. Markel?
So I had just started my firm, and you know, like any small business, you're scared and you're hungry, and a friend of mine called me, Tor Friedman, and said, I have a client for you. And I was like, okay. And he said he's a law professor. And I was like, okay. And he said, it's a family law case. And I said, well, Tor, I don't do family law, and you know that. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. He's a law professor. He'll teach you everything you need to know. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense. So I agreed to meet with him. And the night before, I read all the papers, and they were voluminous. I printed them and actually read every word. And we'd already set up a meeting at Voodoo Coffee.
I never get how lawyers are able to do this, right? How good are they at reading? I mean, you know, it would probably take me 6 months to read the divorce filing between Dan and Wendy, Professor Markel and Wendy.
On Tennessee Street. And I really didn't think I was going to accept the case. I could just tell from the tenor of the papers that it was really, really contentious, and It just didn't feel like something I probably wanted to get involved in. And I wanted to meet him anyway. And so I met him, and I liked him. I liked him a lot. And so I decided I would take the case. I mean, it's not a prerequisite that I like you to represent you, but in something like that, I didn't want to get involved in a contempt type case with law professors, where ultimately it could end up being disrespectful to the court, and I didn't want to be involved in something like that if I really felt like it was going to be that kind of a relationship. But when I met him, I didn't feel like it was going to be that way, and so I agreed to take it. And his primary concerns were he wanted to get more time with his children, if at all possible, but he didn't want to change the kind of the time sharing. He had a kind of an unusual request. He wanted to see if there was any way that he could see the children every night when he didn't have them, to tuck them into bed and kiss them goodnight. And he said, look, I'll only stay 5 minutes. I promise I won't bother anybody, and I'll leave. And I said, Dan, that's probably never going to happen. That's just probably not reasonable. And then he was really concerned about parental alienation, which at the time I wasn't really familiar with it. I didn't do family law, but I was familiar with it from the perspective of I learned about it in law school and stuff like that. But he was really concerned that the grandmother, Donna Adelson, was really trying to drive a wedge between him and the children. And he actually told me that he heard her refer to him as stupid on a Skype call. He couldn't see her in the Skype screen, but he heard her say something to the effect of "stupid's on the phone," and he was livid about it.
You would be, wouldn't you? Your fucking bitch of a mother-in-law is present with your children, who are at the most impressionable age of all ages, saying "stupid's on the phone" in some fucking ridiculous, hostile dick tone. I mean, what the fuck?
And he was ready to basically kind of go to war over that.
Did that sort of reference the filing that we're familiar with where grandma says you're stupid, and he was seeking to have grandma enjoined from having unsupervised contact with the kids?
Yeah, and I didn't have the opportunity to actually talk to him about that yet because he was killed. But it was my understanding that after that filing, he heard her. Actually, he heard her. Because that's what he told me. He said, I heard her call me stupid. But she wasn't in the screen, but he knew her voice. And so he was very upset about that. And then the other thing that he was upset about, he wanted the Holocaust diamond back.
Some property of his, family property that Wendy had.
Yeah, and he wanted that back.
All right, so what about money? Was he worried about money?
No.
Any chance that the case...
I would just love to know the history of the Holocaust diamond. Going back to the early 1940s, with all of what was going on in Europe, and I suppose it was smuggled out of somewhere, right? Kept as collateral, kept as trade currency that otherwise would have been confiscated if found by the Nazis, right? It's kind of like the gold watch in Pulp Fiction that Bruce Willis has, right? This watch was on your father's wrist when he was shot down. And he kept this watch up his ass. 4 years he was in a POW camp. The Holocaust diamond. I mean, I might have to write to Phil Markel and, just ask him, what is the history of this diamond? Because whatever the history was, it ended up being a part of this story. Which is kind of funny because there's enough unrelated Nazi references from Dano, Charlie and Dolce Vita. It's going to be Nazi shit, Hitler Youth, costumes for the boys reference. Charlie brought up a good point about how American soldiers would drop behind enemy lines in Nazi uniforms to get with it. There's enough unrelated Nazi references in this story that it almost comes full circle. The diamond travels out of Nazi Germany, ends up in being this heirloom that's used in this absolute disaster of a marriage. And then it's a point of contention in this divorce. I mean, what a story. Just of the diamond. You could make a movie just about the diamond and it would be fantastic.
Could have been resolved through $1 million payoff to Dan Markel from the Adelsons.
In exchange for what?
A relocation.
No.
We've heard some testimony that everything was going well between Dan Markel and Wendy in the few weeks leading up to his death. Do you have any knowledge of that fact?
It's untrue. There's a reason he hired me.
Tova Friedman. How many Tovas are in Tallahassee? Well, it's Tova Walsh, isn't it? Did she change her name? Or are there two Tovas? I mean, there's two Treys in Wendy's contacts.
He didn't retain me because he needed a friend. Tor basically told me on the phone call, he said, look, there's going to be a trial and it's going to be acrimonious and he needs a lawyer that can go into the courtroom and be prepared to fight. He said, that's why I think you could handle this case. And we were heading towards a trial. And he certainly...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Webster, but we'll come back. Clarissa H. says, that ring shows how evil and vindictive that witch Wendy really is. She never liked it. Yeah, that's the thing about the wedding, right? That came up at the wedding where she was like, yes. The ring, it doesn't go with my dress. I'm going to need a new ring. But I'm keeping this one because it's obviously worth money. So, new ring, please. Give it back. Why would I do that?
He sent me an email the day before talking about how he was irate because Wendy, unbeknownst to him, had actually enrolled or applied to have been enrolled at the School of Arts and Sciences.
This guy, when you're an actor studying accents, there's certain examples that you look for, and this guy is the guy. This is the best representation of the vowel sounds in the accent. If an actor wanted to learn the accent, of all the people we've heard the accent from, this is the one they would and should be listening to.
And she didn't even talk to Dan about it. So he found out the day before when he got called from the school saying that Ben had been accepted. And so he emailed me and said, I'm irate about this. He said, I don't think it's appropriate. Okay. So, no.
So there were a bunch of issues still.
Yeah, no. How did Wendy phrase this? Yeah, we were trying to decide where Ben should go to preschool. Fucking bitch.
Going on.
Yes.
It was hot at the time.
Yes.
All right. And there was some suggestion that Dan Markel was expected to lose all the filings that were currently pending at the time of his death, and Wendy was expected to prevail on everything. Do you agree with that assessment?
You mean like with the contempt and all of that?
Yeah.
No, I would not have got involved.
Pariah says, to this day, did they ever get the diamond back? No. But I remembered something I heard someone say when we were watching Donna's arrest, where as she's being cuffed, they're allowing Harvey to take her jewelry because it would just be kept in property at the jail anyway. And she struggles to get a ring off. You know, there's a ring that Harvey's trying to get off. Donna's hands are behind her back, cuffed, and Harvey's struggling to get a ring off. And someone went, "Oh, do you think that's the Holocaust ring, the diamond?" I'm not sure I've ever seen a case like this one where with so many fiction writers throwing in ideas all the time. It's crazy. I see why. Because there's so much to it that is a blank canvas to be filled with pictures, right? But there's no need for those. I mean, it's funny. It's I don't know. I just think I've got a pretty good sense about what would make sense and what wouldn't, and I don't think that does. Why the fuck would Donna be smuggling the ring out to Vietnam? You know, it's like, I just don't get it.
If I thought he was going to lose on the contempt, you know, my reputation travels with my clients too if they're doing things like that, right? I mean, if you're representing a client who is disrespecting the court, you know, it's hard not to feel like that's bleeding off on you and you're disrespecting the court. And in Tallahassee, Florida, if you practice in this circuit, you know, if I disrespect Judge Everett today, you know, every judge in this circuit that matters to me is going to know about it before lunch tomorrow. And it's just, no.
What are you saying, man? That Judge Everett is a massive gossip? That he's a tattletale? A complainer? If you disrespect Judge Everett today, he would admonish you, and that'll be the end of it. And then, you'd run into him at a bakery a week later, and it'd be fine. It'd be forgotten. The conversation would have gone back to pumpkin cinnamon bread with fresh strawberries and cream.
So no, I would not have accepted. That's why I didn't think I was going to take the case when I read all that.
And seeking contempt is kind of a big deal amongst lawyers, right?
Yes, I mean, contempt is, it's an ugly, it's a very ugly kind of prospect. And as a lawyer, that was one of my main concerns. Is she was a lawyer, and I did feel like she should be held in contempt. She didn't disclose things on her financial affidavit, and Dan convinced me of that.
But that was to be determined, right?
But
by a court.
Yes, but in my mind,
yes,
that was the only reason I took it.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you can lose your law license for that. I mean, I guess you would have to report that to the bar. I didn't research it, but the court would refer it to the bar. If the court found you were in contempt, the court would refer it to the bar, and you could lose your law license. So yeah, it's pretty serious, in that regard.
Was this the first time Webster testified? I think it was, right? I don't remember seeing him in KD 1 or 2. Which is surprising, if that is correct, because he's a great witness to, like he's doing here, to show the real jeopardy that Wendy's, not just her law license, that's one element, but probably and possibly more important was the social implications, the reputation implications, because it was just so important that for Wendy that she be seen in this virtuous golden angel light, to be publicly shamed in a way where the Florida bar revoked your law license because you had unclean hands and were held in contempt for lying to the court about your financial affidavit. Not only does it show you to be a liar and a cheat, but it also shows you to be greedy, right? Why lie about your financial affidavit? To make it look like you have less assets than you do, so that Dan will be on the hook for more alimony, child support, those kinds of things. Just every fucking penny, isn't it? Every fucking penny, these people. You get receipts of all transactions in your entire marriage from the joint account. Those are marital assets. You know, everybody's got money here. You don't want to be married? Okay. Good. It's going to take me like 2 weeks to get over this. So let's get on with it.
We heard, I think, from both sides in opening that Mr. Markel was brilliant, but I'm not sure anyone that actually knows about that has told us. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, I mean, it was why I decided to take the case. I liked him. You know, he was actually funny. Like, he had good humor about it. Even kind of as acrimonious as all of this was, the big picture stuff he didn't have any anger, you know. He was angry about the calling him stupid. That made him angry. But I think in his mind, eventually a lot of this stuff would resolve and should resolve. He wasn't vindictive, or vengeful, and that was a big part of the reason why I was willing to get involved. I felt like he was kind of looking at it like a business deal still, with the exception of the stupid comment. So he was funny, and I mean, obviously smarter than I am, that's for sure. So,
what are a lawyer's ethical obligations to a client in terms of the client knowing what is in the filings that are being filed on their behalf?
Well, I mean, I think that depends.
Beautiful question, Georgia. She's not asking that to understand about what Markel would have known about Wendy. What are the obligations for, paraphrasing, an attorney to inform the client of what is in the filings that are being put forward on their behalf? Hopefully the answer is that the client should be completely informed and of the information, so that Wendy cannot then say, or if she has already said, "Oh, I didn't know, I didn't write the filings. No, I don't know what was in them." And surprise, when there's a question that's gonna fucking cast shadows on Wendy, Daniel Rashbaum objects and approaches. Stripey Sarah with a pony, with a high top pony. Neverly darling. Yeah, she derived pleasure from their being upset over the ring. That's what makes her sadistic. And then, of course, she also conditionally agreed to give it back. She said, "Okay, you want it back? I'll tell you, it doesn't actually belong to you, Dan. It belongs to your 98-year-old uncle. So why don't you have him call me, and then I'll give it back to him, to its rightful owner. That's what I'll do. You know, and I'm certain that she did that because she assumed that the need for Dan to bother this old man with this problem, you know, he wouldn't do. But she would be able to present that she presented a reasonable option. And of course, Dan did get Uncle, we'll say, Uncle Billy to phone her up, and Uncle Billy did. And she still didn't give it back, not even to Uncle Billy. I wouldn't even call it culturally Jewish, riding shotgun. I'd call it posing Jewish, because in all faiths, whether it's Islam, Judaism, Mormonism, maybe not so much the Buddhists, but you know, there's business opportunities, right? There's networking to be done, and I think that's quite common in the Jewish faith to discuss introductions or etc. like that, you know, after shul, after synagogue. It is in the Christian faith, I'm sure, and all sorts, right? I mean, I think with the Jewish faith, there are opportunities for the Adelsons within that sphere of operation to present those photographs of Donna and Harvey dressed up in all the gear and doing the pictures and the certain celebrations, the bar mitzvahs, the mazel tov at the wedding and all of that sort of stuff. But culturally, no. I mean, if they were culture, that they might be eating kosher, right? I mean, I know you can be Jewish and not eat kosher, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, like practicing Jewish. No, posers, opportunists. Oh, Lazar. Uncle Lazar, not Billy. Just catching up on these comments, guys. I don't think it's a long witness. And then it's June. Maybe we'll have to do June tomorrow. Coming up on 5 hours already. Last call for coffees, guys, if anyone wants to support the channel or support the website, or what are we calling it now? The online archive of all documents, of all references and evidence.
Are all attorneys in Florida governed by the rules of professional conduct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you, as a 20-year lawyer, familiar with those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what are those rules in reference to, can a lawyer put things in a filing that the client doesn't know about or not?
You have a duty to keep your client informed. That is an actual affirmative duty on every lawyer. That you have to be in contact with your client, keep them informed of important events that are going on in the the case. There are certain decisions that only the client can make, like whether to testify, things like that. But there are certain decisions that a lawyer can kind of make, procedural decisions on filing certain things. But you have a duty to keep your client informed of important events.
So what he's essentially saying is that even if Wendy didn't write the filings and the motions and all the rest of it in the litigation post-divorce, pre-divorce of the financial affidavits and asset declaration, etc., those would not have been filed without her knowledge and green light.
If Dan Markel was planning to move or seek
Complicity, yes. Her complicity, green light.
to relocate himself at the time of his murder, would you have known about that?
Yes.
And was he planning to do that or trying to do that?
Absolutely not.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Further questions?
Cross-examination. Very brief.
Good afternoon, Mr. Webster.
Good afternoon.
You started representing Professor Markel in, I think you said May 2014, around that time frame?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
By the way, at that point in time, what did you specialize in? What was were you a divorce lawyer?
No.
Had you ever done a divorce case?
I mean, I had done some, like I worked for other firms, and but for the most part, if I was going to take it, me personally, it would have to be no kids involved, and one of those situations where the assets were already agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking over you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
What did you? What type of work did you do more of?
At that point in my career, I'd primarily done a lot of criminal defense work.
Did Daniel Rashbaum ask that question because he knew the response would be, I'm not certified in anything? Is he that shrewd? Can we see it again, please?
Be no kids involved, and one of those situations where the assets were already agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking over you. What did you specialize in?
I mean,
a little bit of a smirk going on. The smirk of a man laying a well-placed trap. What did you specialize in? Daniel Rashbaum would have reviewed this guy's background. Daniel Rashbaum would know that legally you can't state that you specify in anything unless you are board certified. Daniel Rashbaum would have known that Mr. Webster was not board certified. I believe that was set as a trap. Well, not so much as a trap, but as a prompt that would force Mr. Webster to say, I'm not board certified in anything. One more time. Tell me what you think in the comments, guys. Did we catch that? I think we did.
Most part, if I was going to take it, me personally, it would have to be no kids involved, and one of those situations where the assets were already agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking over you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
Oh, just one more. Just before the camera cuts from Rashbaum, he does this thing with his hands, exactly. I knew that was coming.
I'm sorry for talking over you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
What did you? What type of work did you do more of?
At that point in my career, I'd primarily done a lot of criminal defense work.
Okay, so you were
We got that, didn't we? I'd never noticed that before.
a criminal defense lawyer who was going to do a divorce case.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say.
Were you aware that Professor Markel's previous lawyer had quit?
I saw in the filings that lawyers had withdrawn, and yeah.
And you never went to court with Professor Markel, right?
Nope, he got killed before I had my chance.
You're aware that the court admonished Professor Markel in court earlier in the year, right?
I don't know if I was familiar with that. I read the papers. If it was in the papers, I mean, look, it appeared to me that it was very acrimonious, and there were lengthy pleadings and filings, and it was one of the things I talked to Dan about. I said, you need a lawyer. You need to stop drafting voluminous pleadings, and we need to just get this on the rails and focus on what matters.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about court filings and the ethics of lawyers. You recall her asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you file things. You have to keep your clients informed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you file things, and you're able to file things that you don't have to go over every word with your client, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Webster, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be released, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Please approach.
All right, so it looks like tomorrow we're going to have June Umchinda. We're going to have... She's on for quite a while, actually. And then we got a little bit more Wendy. And then we got a little bit more Jeff. Who else was it? Let's see. June. Wendy, Jeff. Then it's on to... Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's a funny one. And then we have the start of Lewis. And I think we'll end tomorrow's video just before Lewis. So he'll be part 5. We're making good time though. I think we're about more than halfway through. Let's just see if the judge has anything to say.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls June Umchinda.
That's not June Umchinda. I'd love to know where she is.
You may.
We can't find the witness. Is Daniel Rashbaum board certified? We know who is board certified, and that's Bruce Rithers, right, Neverly?
Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break at this point. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll resume with the testimony as quickly as we can.
Beautiful. I got to screenshot that. That's the bouncy castle right there. Look at that face. He looks like they've just wheeled in the dessert trolley at a nice restaurant. Golly, that looks tasty. Would it be possible to get one of each? How many spoons? Just one. Just one. I'll take a slice of everything. You can put it all in one big bowl. I like to mix. Oh. Boring certified. Certifiably boring.
How long do you think it'll take Mr. Newland to find her?
Gotta go to all the ladies' rooms. We'll advise the bailiff as soon as we have it ready, Judge.
All right. All points bulletin on the next witness. Will be.
He's just wondering if he has enough time to dash back to Chambers and grab that extra packet of Skittles.
Recess at least until 1:50.
I have a request from the jury that when the projector is not needed to be used to turn off, it's causing glare. Yes.
Clarissa says, Rashbaum is a disgrace. He has caused so many problems for this case and opened the door for appeals. It's kind of his job, no? You think that wasn't intentional? I know that Carl Steinbeck, when it happened, threw water on any theory that the whole wrench in the works, conflict of interest thing was in any way orchestrated or a tactical move. And certainly he's much more qualified to have an opinion than I am. But I still think that there's more than the possibility of that having been foreseen by Daniel Rashbaum. If nothing more, perhaps not for the sake of derailing Donna's trial, but just to get a bit more billable hours out of the Adelsons, right? I mean, he got paid, he and Morris, is it Alex Morris? Alex Morris got paid the full amount up front for the trial. Non-refundable. So, you know, I'm not 100% sold on the idea that it was an unseen error by Rashbaum or other individuals that were involved. I'm not quite confident enough to stand on either side of the argument, but I just, it may not have been, it may have just been a financial decision for him. Hey, look, yeah, if I convince her to let me represent her too, I can bill up front. I know I'll be disqualified, but guess what? We bill up front. Because of course you do for a fucking murder trial. You're gonna say pay me after? No. It's up front, baby. Non-refundable. I just want to see June finally get here and then her phone go off. Maybe we'll read a document to close us out tonight, guys. There's still a bunch of people in chat. We like those watch hours. Remember, please do leave a like on the video, guys. That is a great way, a free way to help support the channel. Helps us out with the algorithm. It helps the channel out, you know. So yeah, click that big thumb just before we leave for today. That'd be great. It only takes a second. Only takes a second. It's one click. It's that easy. Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse? I've been here before. That's what she says when she finally gets here. I mean, she's missing for like 30 minutes, I think. Fucking hell. But she is quite charming in her naivety, isn't she? The way she just puts her purse up on the witness box, you know, it's like fish out of water. Thank you, Mary, for your kind words. Ah, dispensers. A Judge Everett Pez dispenser. That would be good.
Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse?
I've been here like twice before.
I still don't know my way around. I think she was probably trapped in a fucking janitor closet.
You're good. You may.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
All right, June. We'll leave you there, baby. So just before we go, should we have a look at Sigfredo Garcia's probable cause? It's not that long. It's kind of out of context for this, but it is an Adelson resource. Where is it? Documents. How do we do this? Oh, thank you, Christine Schweinsberg, for the super sticker. Appreciate it, Christine. Sigfredo. Too big. Okay. Summary of offences and probable cause affidavit. This affidavit sets forth probable cause to believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera murdered Florida State University Law School professor Daniel Markel in violation of Florida Statute 78204. On Friday, July 18th, 2014, at 11:02 a.m., a report of a shooting was received at the home of FSU Law School professor Daniel Markel, 2116 Trescott Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Upon arrival, Tallahassee Police Department officers found Markel slumped over in the driver's seat of his vehicle from an apparent gunshot to the head. Markel was transported from the scene to a local hospital where he later died from the injuries sustained during the shooting. The investigation of the crime scene found no indication that this incident was part of any other criminal intent such as burglary or robbery. At the time of the shooting, Markel was talking to an individual on his cellular telephone. That person stated Markel interrupted their conversation, saying someone he did not recognize was in his driveway. The person on the telephone with Markel then heard what sounded like a loud grunt. He heard a muffled conversation in the background but could not make out the words being spoken. He then heard labored breathing but could not get Markel to respond. Initial investigation of the scene revealed that a neighbor heard what he believed to be a gunshot and looked out the window where a small silver or light-colored vehicle resembling a Prius was observed backing out of the victim's driveway. Motive for murder. Investigators obtained information from sources that Markel had gone through a bitter divorce with Wendy Adelson, who was also a professor at FSU Law School. Wendy filed for divorce on Monday, September 10th, 2012. Markel reportedly returned home from a business trip to find his family gone. A majority of the contents of the house missing and the paperwork for dissolution of marriage displayed on his bed. He eventually learned Wendy and their 2 children had moved to her parents' home in Coral Springs, Broward County, Florida. Reportedly, Markel protested and Wendy returned to Leon County with the children until legal arguments could be heard. On June 20th, 2013, Leon County Circuit Judge Hobbs formally denied with prejudice, Wendy's motion for relocation with the children. Court documents show the divorce was resolved without trial by a marital settlement agreement and granted by Judge Hobbs on July 31st, 2013. Email evidence indicates Wendy's parents, especially her mother, wanted Wendy to coerce Markel into allowing the relocation to South Florida. Additionally, Wendy's brother, Charles Adelson, reportedly did not like Markel and did not get along with him. On February 14th, 2014, Markel filed a counter-motion to enforce the MSA's financial provision and motion for sanctions. Markel claimed Wendy and her attorney had not been forthcoming in the MSA regarding her financial assets. On March 26, 2014, Markel filed a counter-motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. One of the points of contention in this motion was Wendy's mother, Donna Adelson, and her reported negative interaction with the children. Markel claimed Donna made disparaging remarks about him to his sons. Markel sought relief in this motion by asking the court to prohibit Donna from having unsupervised time with her grandchildren and to impose limitations to prevent the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. These motions were scheduled for a court hearing on May 15th. However, due to substitutions of counsel, the hearing was continued. A new court hearing date had not yet been scheduled prior to Markel's death. Investigators believe motion for this murder stemmed from the desperate desire of the Adelson family to relocate Wendy and the children to South Florida, along with the pending court hearing that might have impacted their access to their grandchildren. The suspect vehicle. This investigation has revealed that Markel left his home the morning of July 18th and drove his 2 young children to their daycare facility, dropping them off at 8:50 a.m. Markel then drove to Premier Health and Fitness Center, Premier, 3521 Maclay Boulevard. At approximately 9:12 a.m., Markel arrived at Premier, where surveillance video shows a silver or light green Toyota Prius enter the parking lot after Markel parked his car. After Markel went into the health club, the video captured the Prius in the parking lot where the God damn it. Where the what? Where the driver moved the vehicle to different parking positions while Markel was in the building. Markel left Premier at approximately 10:38 a.m. and drove off in his vehicle towards Thomasville Road. The video shows the Prius exiting the parking lot and following the direction of Markel's car. Additionally, Video was discovered from the day of the homicide on the Star Metro City bus camera system. Video was captured from two different buses, one southbound on Thomasville Road and another northbound on Thomasville Road. The bus camera system captured images of what appears to be the same Prius before and after the homicide was committed. Unfortunately, images could not provide the license plate characters of the Prius. After analyzing all of the surveillance videos, investigators believed the suspect vehicle to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius with silver pine mica paint, which appears, I think silver pine mica would be a good merch product, right? Silver pine mica paint, which appears to be a light green silver color. The Prius appears to have tinted windows, a SunPass transponder on the top center of the windshield, a missing tow hook cover on the front bumper, and a black passenger side mirror casing. Investigators analyzed the timestamps from the bus camera videos when the Toyota Prius was observed, which confirmed that the Prius had the opportunity to be present at the crime scene when the murder was committed. Additional surveillance video was obtained from a bank, a county government facility, and a store along Markel's route that morning of July 18th, 2014, which also shows a similar vehicle trailing Markel's car. Investigators believe the suspects in the Prius followed the victim throughout the morning and back to his residence, where the victim was shot in the head as he sat in his car. Investigation. After the homicide was reported in the press, a resident of the Ashford Club Apartments, 2055 Thomasville Road, reported seeing two men park a bluish silver Prius type car in the southeast corner of the complex parking lot around mid-morning on one of the weekdays immediately before the July 18, 2014 homicide. The men got out of the vehicle and walked down a park path behind the apartment complex that parallels a large storm drainage ditch. This ditch is at the fenced rear property line of Markel's home on Trescott Drive. The resident described the driver as a white male, tall and slender, with a runner's build. Okay, I don't believe this is them. I really don't. The resident described the driver as a white male, tall and slender with a runner's build, fair complexion, wearing a light-colored ball cap. The passenger was described as a shorter man with a stocky build and dark hair with a darker complexion, resembling Italian or Spanish descent. When the two men returned to the car about 10 minutes later, the passenger was carrying an unknown black object in one hand. He was completely wet, as if he fell into the drainage ditch. The driver's pants appeared wet up to the knees. This is so something to do with the burglaries. We know that there were burglaries. Okay, the car resembled a Prius. It was a similar color. We've been through this. It's a common looking vehicle. One was short, one was tall. Sigfredo Garcia, I wouldn't say is slender or has a swimmer's build. or that light of a complexion. I mean, he's not bulky tubby like Lewis, but he's built. When the two men returned, he was wet up to his knees. Okay, we did that. A couple of burglars came out of a house with something or a car and went into the fucking bushes. Maybe saw a cop car going by or some lights go on in a house, stashed whatever their loot was, and they were coming back to get it when the coast was clear. Fucking Wendy Adelson leaving a sack of money in a fucking drainage ditch. What planet are you on? And at the Markel house? I mean, come on, what the fuck? Why do people... Oh, it looked like a Prius. Oh, one was short, one was tall. Yeah, it's a common car, and a lot of people are tall and short. Short and tall. Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera are similar to the physical descriptions given by the Ashford Club Apartments resident. Garcia is taller and slender, and Rivera is shorter and stockier with a darker complexion. Only just. As set forth below, evidence establishes that they were in Tallahassee on the day of the murder, and they also said the taller guy had a light-colored ball cap on. If there was but one picture, if Sigfredo had been wearing a white or light ball cap in the ATM photograph, for example, that would be something to, I would consider that relevant. He wasn't. Could it have been in a bag at that point? Yeah. Could he have been wearing a cap because he was sneaking around and more trying to conceal identity? Yeah. But, if that was your idea, I just don't believe that at all. There's not even a question in my mind. I don't think it's worth entertaining. What were they supposed to be picking up? As set forth below, evidence establishes that they were in Tallahassee on the day of the murder and that they had rented a Silver Pine Mica Toyota Prius for the trip from South Florida. Both Garcia and Rivera are convicted felons in the state of Florida. Connection to Garcia. Investigators developed information that around the time of the murder, Charlie, Wendy's brother, was involved in a personal relationship with Catherine McBanower, whose cellular telephone number was 786-564-1312. Any secret codes there? Not that I can see. Call records show McBanower as one of Charlie's top contacts. Online public database research revealed that this number was utilized by Catherine McBanower. Further investigation also revealed that Sigfredo Garcia is the father of McBanower's two minor children, both with the last name Garcia. McBanower is also listed as the vice president of Sigfredo Garcia Solutions Incorporated. Oh my God. Hello, this is the Vice President for Sigfredo Garcia Solutions Incorporated. How may I direct your call? I'd like to book a murder. And Garcia is listed as the president of the company on State of Florida records for corporations. Cellular telephone information linking Garcia and Rivera to the murder. Cellular telephone analysis conducted... Oh, hang on. let's make a cigarette while we consider what kind of business Sigfredo Garcia Solutions Incorporated was. Did they have an Etsy shop? Oh. So, cellular telephone analysis conducted during the investigation has revealed that on July 18th, 2014, at approximately 9:36 a.m., the day of the homicide, cellular telephone number 786-372-5986 was in the vicinity of Premier in Tallahassee where the victim was still last seen alive. The investigation of telephone number 786-372-5986 revealed that it was being used by Garcia prior to the murder and had been in contact with Magbanoa's telephone approximately 2,700 times between May 1st and July 19th. Fucking hell, how many is that a day? Right, May 1st, so 31, 61 plus 19 is 80. 80 days. How many fucking calls is that? 2,700 in 80 days is... That's 33 times a day. 34 times a day he's calling her. I guess that means, what is the wording? Had been in contact with Magbanoa, so that's including text messages. That's still a lot. If I get 30 texts a day, I am pissed. Cellular telephone analysis revealed phone number 305-570-8153, which is one of Garcia's frequent contacts, was also in the vicinity of Premier on the morning of the homicide. It was also in the vicinity of Markel's residence twice the day before the homicide on July 17th. Investigation shows this phone number was being used by Luis Rivera during the time leading up to Markel's murder. Information obtained from the cellular service provider for 305-570-8153 is consistent with Rivera's handset traveling from North Miami to Tallahassee at a time consistent with having committed the murder and then immediately heading back to North Miami after the homicide. Couple more pages. What page was that? 4. Information obtained from the cellular service provider for Rivera's phone and Garcia's phone revealed that the two traveled from North Miami, Florida on the afternoon of July 16th and arrived in Tallahassee, Florida just after midnight on July 17th. A receipt from a motel on West Tennessee Street in Tallahassee shows that Rivera checked in at approximately 1 a.m. on July 17th, which is consistent with the cellular location data. Both Garcia and Rivera's phones were in the area of the victim's residence during the day of July 17th. Prius linked to Rivera and Garcia based on the video images of the suspect car with the SunPass transponder mounted on the windshield and cell site data for the locations of phones used by Garcia and Rivera. A subpoena was sent to the Florida Department of Transportation for SunPass toll records on Alligator Alley, I-75 west of Fort Lauderdale, on July 16th and 18th. 2015. That should be 14. That's a mistake. Only one account listing a Prius as a customer vehicle had some past transponder activity on the Alligator Alley toll booths on those 2 dates at the relevant times. On July 16th at 2:18 p.m., the transponder registered at the toll plaza in Broward County westbound on I-75 on July 18th at 5:23 p.m. The transponder registered. They made real good time. They did the murder he was shot at 11:02, and they were back just 6 hours 21 minutes to get to the Alligator Alley. I suppose it's another hour to Miami, is it? I'm guessing. The transponder registered at the eastbound toll facility of I-75 in Collier County in Naples, Florida. Oh, that's just Naples, okay. Don't worry about it, that makes sense. Florida Department of Transportation shows the subscriber for the SunPass transponder is a rental car company in North Miami, Florida. The rental car company was contacted by law enforcement and provided several rental contracts around the time of the homicide. These included one for a green 2008 Toyota Prius rented from July 15th to 21st by Luis Rivera with a contact number of blah blah blah. A second telephone number was also written on the rental contract, number, Garcia's cellular phone with the word brother written beside the number. Tallahassee witness. A witness whose identity is known to the law enforcement affiant previously met Garcia and Rivera in Tallahassee a month or more before the homicide. The witness's cellular phone was contacted by Rivera's cellular phone on the afternoon of July 17th, 2014. The witness was asked and agreed to rent a motel room on North Monroe Street in the witness's name for Garcia and Rivera. The witness was asked and agreed to rent a motel room on North Monroe Street in the witness's name for Garcia and Rivera on the night of July 17th, 2014. Well, hang on a minute. A witness whose identity is known to the law enforcement affiant previously met Garcia and Tallahassee a month or more before the homicide. Okay, so that's separate, the month before thing. But they just told us that the hotel they stayed in was on West Tennessee Street. A receipt for a motel on West Tennessee Street in Tallahassee shows that Rivera checked in at approximately 1 a.m. on July 17th, in the early hours of July 17th. And now, the witness's cellular phone was contacted by Rivera cellular phone on the afternoon of... Okay, so they stayed in 2 different hotels. One on West... whatever it was. Tennessee Street, and one on North Monroe, which is the one that we checked out the other day, the Roadway Inn, R-O-D-E Inn, Way Inn. This is consistent with the cellular location data and a receipt obtained from the motel showing a room registered in the witness's name. The witness was able to positively identify both Garcia and Rivera individually in 2 separate photographic lineups. Well, that's nice verification, isn't it? Okay, now we go to page 6. This all goes back to Sexy Red. Remember the girl who was interviewed by Pat Sanford and General Isom sometime in 2015? And they were asking her, who called at these early hours? She's connected with Chadwick Nobles for sure. The witness recalled Rivera having in his possession a silver finish short barrel revolver handgun the first time he met Garcia and Rivera, possibly in June 2014 at the motel on West Tennessee Street. Recovered evidence from the crime scene indicates the caliber of firearm used in this murder is consistent with revolver ammunition, and no spent casing was found at the scene. This investigation did not reveal any other legitimate purpose for either suspect to be in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. Cellular data for July 18th, 2014. On the morning of July 18th, both Garcia and Rivera's cellular phones were in the area of Premier during the time when the victim was inside, and surveillance video shows the Toyota Prius in the parking lot. Garcia's telephone ceased activity just before 10 a.m. while in the area of Premier, with the last text message occurring at 9:58 a.m. The next event on Garcia's telephone was text messages and or notifications being received at 12:29, consistent with the handset being powered up. Okay, so you get this barrage of new notifications all happening at once, right? Immediately afterward, at 12:30, Garcia placed a call to McBanower. So that was at 12:30, which was an hour and a half after the murder. 12:30. Call Katie. Garcia placed the call to McBanower, which was the first contact initiated by Garcia after the homicide. This call occurred when Garcia's phone was in the area of Lake City, Florida, on or near I-75, approximately 1.5 hours after the shooting was reported. Investigators believe Garcia and Rivera turned their phones off before 10 a.m., committed the murder of Markel at his home on Trescott Drive, and then fled back to North Miami, Florida via I-10 and I-75. Rivera ATM transaction. Analysis of Rivera's checking account revealed an ATM transaction took place on July 18th at 6:46 p.m. as they were returning to North Miami from Tallahassee, Florida. Security video of the drive-through ATM lane shows Rivera driving a Toyota Prius up to the ATM at 6:45 p.m. Can't stop yawning. The Prius appears to have tinted windows, a SunPass transponder on the top center of the windshield, a missing tow hook cover, and a black passenger side mirror casing, matching the characteristics of the Prius seen on video from the northbound bus cameras in Tallahassee. Viewing the bank video, Rivera is seen completing the ATM transaction. When he leans forward, Garcia can be seen sitting in the front passenger seat of the Prius. As the Toyota Prius exits the ATM area at 6:47 p.m., a Florida license plate can be seen on the rear of the car. The tag characters appear to match those of the car rental contract. Cellular site data is consistent with this stop at the ATM location prior to Garcia and Rivera arriving back in North Miami. There is no previous contact found between Markel and these two defendants. Therefore, it is the affiant's belief Garcia and Rivera were enlisted to commit this egregious act against someone they did not know and had never interacted with before the murder. The proceeding is true to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my present knowledge or belief. Sherry Bennett, that's Isom's replacement after he retired. Notarized by Jonathan Schnoshrosh. Notarized by Jonathan Schnoshrosh, Circuit Judge, May 25th, 2016. Isn't that? No. Garcia was born in April. Order. This cause coming before me as a first appearance magistrate and having reviewed the preceding affidavits find, yes, probable cause sufficient. I'll say. Do you need any more? Do you need anything else? And then no, probable cause not sufficient, and unless corrected within 72 hours, the defendant shall be released of his own recognizance. You'd think they'd want to put those two boxes further apart. Like, bond amount requested, no bond. Signed by Judge Schnoshrosh. Yeah, good job, Schnoshrosh. Okay, we gotta go, guys. It is 7:54 a.m. Time for a little breakfast. I'm thinking cornflakes with sliced banana. Let's just have a little quick look at the comments before we go. Check on those comments. Thanks again, Christine, for that fabulous super sticker. He ate the Skittles. Good job, Pinto. Always great to see you. By the way, Clarissa says, Sigfredo is Cuban. Someone needs to tell Rashi. Yeah, I've heard that. Pass dispenser where the candy goes into instead of this. Oh, I love that. I mean, think about it. Do you remember the Tamagotchis? You know, those little things, those little like egg things with the Tamagotchi where you had to like look after it, make sure it was fed. I mean, it can't cost us much money to make a Judge Everett Tamagotchi. I'm just thinking about the stall we could have outside Leon County Courthouse, you know. Fuck all these t-shirts and mugs. I want Judge Everett Tamagotchis, hot air balloon rides in a Judge Everett themed balloon, bouncy castles made in his honor, where we can bounce in the belly of the judge. That'll be the tagline. Bounce in the belly of the judge. Steak knives. There's so much that we can do. Yeah, I would not describe Sigfredo Garcia as slender, right, Acapella? He's muscular. He's built like a shithouse. Morning, Kazati. Oh, it's been such a long night, Kazati. What percentage of them are angry Katie phone calls, I wonder? Yeah. 33 threatening, abusive bitch calls every day. No wonder he was shacked up with shrimp. Bumbling, wasted hitman. I know, right? No powdered sugar on the paper. All right, good night, Clarissa H. We're all saying good night now. Bobbleheads, absolutely. Air fresheners. Those can't cost a lot to print. All of the scents will be cake related. Alright, I think we're done, aren't we, guys? We are so done. We are so done. Back to the old school, back to the roots. Much guys to the chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. We'll be back to have a little bit of Wendy again and Jeff again, and then we've got testimonies of Luis Rivera. Until then, we will say good night, God bless, don't be an Adelson, have a safe drive home, and keep it real. Come back, like the channel, subscribe, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. And we'll see you tomorrow, guys, as always, on True Crime Metrix. Later.